3 minutes. 2 minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this B4 Open Singles semi-final will consist of one tie-break set. To the left of the chair, Grace Hobbs. To the right of the chair, Arato Katsuta Green. Arato won the toss and chose to serve. Thirty seconds. Ready? Play. Fault. Wide. Fifteen love. Out. Wide and long. 30 love. Forty love. Out. Game Arato. First game. Love 15. Fifteen all. Out. 15-30. 30 all. Thirty 40. Out. Deuce. Fault. Out. Advantage Arado. Game Arato. Arato leads 2 games to love. Out. 15 love. Out. Wide. 30 love. Out. 40 love. Out. Game of Arado. Arado leads 3 games to love. Out. 15 love. Fifteen all. Fault. Thirty 15. Fault. Wide. Out. 40 15. Game Grace. Arado leads 3 games to 1. Out. Wide. 15 love. Fault. Out. 30 love. $30-15. That was good. Five. Out. 40-15. Game Arado. Arado leads 4 games to 1. Out. 15 love. Fault. 15 all. $15-30. $15-40. Game Arado. Arado leads 5 games to 1. That was in. 15 love. 30 love. That first service. Out. Game set Macherato, 6 games to 1.
3 minutes. 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this match will consist of 2 short tiebreak sets, with a 10-point match tiebreak to be played at 1 settle. Left of the chair, Steve Obeid. Right of the chair, Michael Lee. Steve Obeid won the toss and chose to receive. One minute. Thirty seconds. Yep. End of warm up. First set, Michael Lee to serve. Ready, play. In the net, 15 love. Faults. Outs. 15 all. In the net, 30-15. Out. 30 all. In the net, 40-30. Faults. In the net, game lead. First game. Steve O'Beat to serve. Out. 15 love. Faults. Outs. 15 all. Outs. 30-15. Faults. In the net. 30 all. Outs. 30-40. Faults. Outs. Game Lee. Lee leads 2-0. First set. Outs. Love 15. Let, first serve. In the net. 15 all. Outs. 30-15. $40-15. In the net. Game lead. Lee leads 3 games to love. First set.
So we're back here now. Sorry for the late delay, we had a bit of technical issues. We've got Mick Lee leading 3 games to love with Steve Obeid ready to serve.
Fault.
That's just
Out,
there
love
wide
15.
by Steve. It's a B3 final. Love 15. Short serve there by Steve. Forehand down the middle by Mick.
In the net.
Mick slicing
15
the
all.
net there. 15 all.
Outs. 30 all.
Mick shot there, forehand bit long.
Other side, Mick.
30 all. Steve serve. Forehand from Mick. Backhand lob to Steve Obeid. Forehand again by Mick. Forehand deep by Steve.
40-30.
30-40. 40-30. Underarm serve by Steve. Forehand across court by Mick. Backhand there by Steve. Both players forehand to forehand.
In the
Steve,
net.
unfortunately, the second
Juice.
bounce he just got him into the net. It's Juice. Underarm serve by Steve. Forehand across court Mick. Forehand lob by Steve. Backhand by Steve again. Forehand across court Mick. Backhand by Steve. Nice deep forehand by Mick. Another backhand by Steve. Forehand down the line by Mick. Trying to push Steve around the court. Forehand to forehand at the moment.
Out.
Steve just gone a bit deep.
Advantage Lee.
Advantage Lee.
No, it's your ad. Your ad. Advantage. Your advantage. Yeah, he's still doing ad. Yeah, yeah.
So Mick receiving on the forehand side. Served by Steve. Forehand come in. Mick's come into the net. Volley. Steve Obeid. Forehand back. Forehand across by Mick. Backhand slice by Mick. Another backhand by Steve. Forehand across court. Nice shot by Mick. Steve ran it down well. Deep forehand by Steve. Nice backhand. Mick volley at the net. Nice deep there by Steve. Forehand. Forehand back return by Mick. Both players down the middle. Backhand by Steve. Mick coming forward maybe. Slice backhand. Steve backhand. Mick on the volley. Long rally this one. Nice deep shot by Steve. And he's just gone wide.
Outs. Game in
Great
first
rally.
set. Lee. By 4 games to love.
So Mick taking that game, leading 4 games to love.
Yeah, yeah, it's end of the set, so you can have a sit down if you want, yeah. Yeah, next
So
set now.
Mick, Steve just doing his shoelaces up at the moment. Mick having a rest on the chair. Got some great matches coming up as well. We've got Courtney Lewis v Courtney Webeck for the B2 final after this one.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can save it, yeah. Okay.
Some of the other courts are just players warming up, getting ready for the next matches.
No, same side.
For those back home, we've got Mick at the far end of court, wearing the white shorts, white and grey top with blue cap. And Steve down here in his multicoloured shirt with black shorts.
Second set,
And it'll be Mick to serve.
Michael Lee to serve.
Steve up the middle. Forehand to forehand.
In the net,
Nice
15
deep
love.
forehand there by Mick and Steve into the net. 15 love. Nice first serve, returned by Steve. Cross court by Mick. Really trying to push Steve around.
Outs.
Just
15
got a
all.
bit deep. 15 all. Nice forehand there by Mick. Backhand lob by Steve. Mick's got her on the full. Pushing Steve across the court. Steve
Out.
just gone wide down the
30
forehand.
15.
30-15.
Faults.
First serve into net, fault. Second serve, Steve nice and deep. Forehand by Mick. Return forehand by Steve. Mick with a forehand slice. Return by Steve. Forehand to forehand down the middle. Both players just playing down the middle at the moment. Mick's gone for a bit wider there. Deep shot by Steve. Cross court by Mick.
In the net,
It's into the net. Steve.
40 15.
40-15.
Faults.
Long first serve there. Second serve, Steve approaching, coming
the
in.
net.
Oh,
Game
Steve hit
lead.
that one into the net, unfortunately.
First game, second set.
So into the second set, Mick has taken the first game. 1 love. Taking the first set, 4 love. So change of ends for the players. Steve now serving from the far screen. The serve.
15 love.
Just not getting onto that one. 15 love. Underarm serve by Steve. Mick approach with the forehand. Backhand return by Steve. Forehand across court, Mick. Steve backhand
Out.
wide.
15 all.
15 all. Mick really coming to the net as much as he can in this game at the moment.
15 30.
Putting the pressure on Steve. 15-30. Steve first
Faults.
serve, bit long. Changing it up between the going for the underarm second serve. Nice little lob shot there by Steve, bringing Mick forward. Mick getting it on the volley. Leaving the court open a bit there, Steve. and Mick
15-40.
attacking. $15-40.
Faults.
Wide first serve there. Underarm second serve. Mick's put a forehand slice. Backhand return by Steve.
Out. Out, out. Yeah, just wide.
He's called that one out from Mick's last shot.
30-40.
First serve by Steve. Short. Mick coming into the net. Volley. Steve hitting it back well. Mick volleying again.
Game lead. Lee leads 2 games to love. Second
Game
set.
leading second set. 2 games to love. So we'll have Mick Lee serving closest to screen. Nice deep first serve. Forehand return by Steve. Backhand slice Mick. Both players trying to push each other around the court. Deep backhand by Mick. Slice backhand by Steve. Mick approaches with a forehand. Steve runs around well. Mick's gone back to the same spot. Mick's pushing him across court again. Steve recovering well. Backhand. Mick getting a couple of volleys there. Steve trying to lob him over
the
him
net.
and Mick hitting that one into the
Love
net.
15.
Love 15.
Fault.
Long fault first serve. Second serve by Mick. Nice and deep. Forehand return by Steve. Forehand across court Mick. Nice deep ball there by Mick. Good recovery by Steve. Steve on the backhand. Nice deep slice backhand by Mick. Forehand across court. On the backhand by Steve. Mick's forehand coming, approaching the net. Getting it on the volley. Steve trying to lob over the top.
Out.
He's just gone wide.
15 all.
15 all.
Faults.
It's a fault first serve long. Second serve, return by Steve. Backhand Mick. Another backhand return by Steve. Steve.
In the net.
Low shot there into the net.
15-30.
$15.30. Better first serve there by Mick. Nice return by Steve. Forehand to forehand. Lob forehand by Steve. Mick return. Nice backhand slice by Steve. Both players pushing each other across the court. Steve lobbing the ball, giving him time to get back into position.
30 all.
Backhand not working. Thirty all. First serve into the net there by Mick. Second serve, Steve forehand. Mick, nice deep forehand.
In the net.
Steve
40-30.
backhand into the net. (40-30). Steve just having some problems with his shoelaces. First serve. Nice return by Steve. Forehand return by Mick. Backhand slice by Steve. Mick pounces on it and nice deep shot there.
In the net.
Putting the pressure
Game Lee.
on. Taking that game.
Lee leads 3 games to love. Second set.
Mick leading the second set, 3 games to love. Players just taking a drink break. So now we have Steve closest to screen, serving to stay in the match. First serve, Mick pouncing on that, playing a deep forehand.
Love
Really
15.
attacking on that serve. Love 15. Underarm now. Serve. Forehand return by Mick.
In the net. Love
Steve
30.
just hitting that forehand across court into the net. Love 30. Forehand
Faults.
wide serve. Second
Faults.
serve's gone
Love
wide
40.
as well, double fault. Love 40. Nice return by Steve, backhand. Slice backhand by Mick. Forehand across court. Forehand again by Mick. Backhand nice and deep by Steve. Really deep ball there by Mick. Pushing Steve back. He's gone for the slice forehand. Mick coming forward. Looking for the volley, he's hit
Out.
it deep.
15-40.
Right play there, just missing the shot, going deep. Serve by Steve, Mick slice. Forehand across court. Steve another forehand back. Forehand across court again by Steve. Mick pushing Steve deep in the corner. Working around the court. Nice deep backhand by Steve. Forehand's gone
Out.
a bit too hard.
Game. Center match. Lee. By 2 sets to love. For
Third
love.
set match.
For love.
Mick Lee taking the first set for love and the second set for love. Both players coming together at the net, congratulating each other. That's our B3 finals for the Nationals. Lee winning 2 sets to love. Okay, we're now back here for the women's B2 singles final. The girls have just taken the court. We have closest to screen Courtney Lewis taking on Courtney Webeck, top of screen.
Three minutes. Two minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this singles final will be played with best of two short sets with a match tie break at 1 set all. To the left of the chair, Courtney Lewis. To the right of the chair, Courtney Webeck. Courtney Lewis won the toss and chose to serve. "30 seconds.
we've just had both girls warming up, just going across, taking their jackets off. We have Courtney Lewis closest to screen, wearing the dark blue shorts, dark blue New South Wales tennis shirt, and a blue cap. And Courtney Webeck wearing a light blue skirt and a black tank top with a black cap furthest to screen. This should be a really good match. Both girls played each other yesterday.
Courtney Lewis to serve.
Playing
Ready,
out for the B2
play.
final.
Fault, long.
First serve fault there by Lewis. Second serve. Forehand return by Webeck. Lewis down the middle, forehand. Another return, forehand by Webeck. Backhand return by Lewis. Cross court forehand. Lewis again, cross court. Backhand by Webeck. Backhand by Lewis.
In the net.
Webeck into the net.
15 love.
15 love. First serve. Backhand return by Webeck. Lewis forehand down the centre. Another return forehand by Webeck. Wide forehand by Lewis. Backhand return by Webeck. Backhand down the middle. Forehand down the middle. Wide forehand. Now Webeck on the backhand. Forehand clips the net. No, deep shot there by Lewis. Backhand by Webeck. Lewis forehand wide. Backhand by Webeck. Great rally this one. Forehand down the centre. Another forehand by Lewis. Deep backhand by Webeck. Forehand across. Backhand across court. Backhand by Lewis.
Out,
gone
wide.
by Webeck.
30 love.
30 love. Getting into their rallies early here. First serve. Forehand return across court by Webeck. Lewis deep.
In the net. 40 love.
Into the net there. Lewis 40 love. First serve nice and deep.
In the net.
Webeck into the net.
Game, Courtney Lewis. First
Lewis
game.
taking the first game. Leading 1 game to love. Always nice to, when you're serving first, to take the first game. Put the pressure back on the opponent. The play is changing ends now, so we'll have Webeck to serve closest to screen.
Courtney Webeck to serve.
Webeck first serve. Forehand across court by Lewis. Forehand down the centre, Webeck. Forehand to forehand at the moment. Now it's gone to Lewis's backhand. Forehand down the centre by Webeck. Return forehand. Backhand by Webeck. Backhand return again by Lewis. Forehand across court by Webeck.
Out,
Lewis has hit that
wide. 15 love.
15 love.
Fault in the net.
First serve fault hitting the net. Second serve. Lewis's pounce on that forehand across court. Return backhand by Wiebeck. Nice deep forehand by Lewis.
Out. Wide. 15 all.
Wide shot there by Wiebeck. 15 all. First serve. Lewis on the forehand.
Out.
Gone
Wide. 30-15.
30-15. First serve gone to the backhand of Lewis.
In the net.
Into the net.
40-15.
40-15.
Fault.
Deep first
Long.
serve there. Gone too long. Second serve. Lewis run around the forehand. Backhand return by Wiebeck, nice and deep. Forehand return by Lewis. Backhand by Wiebeck. Lewis run around to the forehand. Cross court. Wiebeck. Backhand return. Right
Out.
in the corner.
Long.
Pulled out.
40-30.
40-30. Wiebeck serving to Lewis forehand return. Forehand back now by Wiebeck. Forehand return by Lewis. On the backhand of Wiebeck. Forehand again. Backhand of Wiebeck. Both playing down the centre at the moment. Forehand return by Lewis. Backhand spins.
Out.
Just
Wide.
gone wide.
Deuce.
Juice. I think Courtney Wiebeck is just asking the umpire. We've been playing long juice in this tournament. First serve to the forehand of Lewis. Cross court. Wiebeck forehand down the centre. Return backhand by Lewis. Forehand return by Wiebeck. Both playing down the centre. Nice deep shot there by Wiebeck. Lewis returning forehand. Both players just hitting it back to each other at the moment. Forehand by Wiebeck. Backhand into
In the net.
by Lewis.
Advantage. Webeck.
Advantage Wiebeck. First
Let.
serve.
First
on the
service.
Let.
Fault.
Second serve
In the
hitting
net.
Net as well, so now on our second serve. Lewis running around to the forehand. Wiebeck spin.
In the net.
Lands back on her half of the
Deuce.
court. So back to Juice. Wiebeck's first serve. Forehand side of Lewis. Forehand return by Wiebeck. Backhand now of Lewis. Forehand of Wiebeck cross court. Lewis on the forehand. Wiebeck backhand down the centre. Forehand now by Wiebeck. Lewis backhand. Forehand deep by Wiebeck. Lewis return forehand. Wiebeck nice on the slice. Both girls playing spin shots there. Return by Lewis. Forehand down the centre, Wiebeck. Long rally this one. Forehand again by Lewis. Backhand down the line by Wiebeck. Lewis backhand spin. Wiebeck on the forehand. Backhand by Wiebeck. Backhand by Lewis down the centre. Wiebeck gone to the side with forehand. Backhand return by Lewis. Wiebeck deep. Lewis is
Out,
hitting that one
wide.
Great rally.
Advantage, Wiebeck.
Advantage Wiebeck. Wiebeck first serve to Lewis's backhand, drops and Lewis into the
In
net.
the net. Game, Wiebeck.
That's game Wiebeck.
1 game all.
That's 1 game all. Both girls taking their service games. Always nice when you take your service. So we got Lewis now serving from the far end. First serve to the Courtney's backhand. Courtney return, nice deep shot there.
Out,
Lewis hitting
wide.
that one wide.
Love 15.
So love 15. Underarm serve there. Ball drop. Wiebeck, nice spin shot there. Bringing
Love
Lewis forward.
30.
Love 30. Nice serve there by Lewis. On the forehand, Wiebeck cross court, nice
Love
shot.
40.
Love 40, she's excited. Putting the pressure on Lewis now. Hold a serve.
Fault in the net.
Bolt first serve into the net. Second serve, deep. On the forehand of Wiebeck. Forehand return by Lewis. And the one up the centre by Wiebeck.
Out,
Lewis
wide.
goes wide.
Game, Wiebeck.
So
Wiebeck
has
leads
broken
2
Lewis's
games to
serve
1.
to lead 2 games to 1. So the girls changing ends. Wiebeck to serve from the far end. Leading 2 games to 1. First serve to the forehand of Lewis. back down the centre. Backhand across court by Weebeck. Nice deep shot.
In the net.
Lewis into
15
the
love.
net. 15 love.
Fault. In the net.
First serve fault.
Fault. Wide. 15 all.
Second serve wide there, so double fault. 15 all. First serve, gone to the forehand of Lewis. Down the centre. Backhand deep.
Out.
Too
Long. 15-30.
15-30. First serve down the
Fault.
line wide.
Wide.
Just having some issues with the serve at the moment. Second serve for backhand of
In the net.
Lewis. Return into the net.
30 all.
30 all. Nice return there by Lewis. Forehand return by Weebeck. Forehand down the centre. Weebeck backhand. Nice backhand deep shot there by Lewis. Forehand return by Weebeck. Lewis run around the forehand, hit that across court. Very nice shot. Deep shot there by Weebeck. Forehand return by Lewis. Deep backhand there by Weebeck. Down the centre, Lewis. Some spin on that one.
In
Lewis
the net.
hitting that one into the net. Ball just dying. over there.
40-30.
Forty 30. First
Fault.
serve
Wide.
Second serve to the forehand of Lewis. Return down the centre. Backhand return by Weebeck. Forehand across court by Lewis. Weebeck's backhand across court. Lewis on the backhand. Nice spin there. Forehand
In the net.
by Weebeck.
Deuce.
Juice. Weebeck, forehand serve, cross, Lewis forehand return. Deep shot there by Weebeck, right in the corner.
In the net. Advantage Webeck.
Advantage Weebeck. First serve gone to the backhand of Lewis, return. Weebeck coming into the net, forehand across court. Forehand down the left centre for Lewis. Cross court forehand. On the backhand return, Lewis. Weebeck running around the forehand. Forehand return up the centre. Another forehand return by Weebeck. Cross court forehand by Lewis. On the backhand of Weebeck and it's gone
Out.
wide.
Wide. Deuce.
Back to Juice.
Fault. Wide.
Wide first serve there. Second Second serve in, forehand by Lewis. Lob up deep in the court. Backhand return by Wiebeck. Forehand down the centre. Wiebeck forehand back down the centre. Lewis returning the same. Wiebeck's gone for down the side. Nice forehand return by Lewis. Forehand back down the centre by Wiebeck. Lewis gone for a nice one that's wide on the... Wiebeck put some spin on that backhand. Come forward. Lewis has now put it back deep.
In the net.
Backhand into the net.
Advantage, Weber.
Advantage again, Wiebeck. First serve in, forehand of Lewis down the centre. Nice return forehands by both girls. Backhand spin there by Wiebeck, bringing Lewis forward. Forehand deep. Backhand down the centre. Backhand across court. Wiebeck, Lewis drop shot, beautiful drop shot.
In the net. Deuce.
Wiebeck running into the ball girl there. Back to Deuce.
Yes, deuce.
Serve to the forehand of Lewis, gone
Out.
wide there.
Wide. Advantage,
Wiebeck.
Weber.
First serve down the line there. Return forehand by Lewis. Forehand down the line by Wiebeck. Cross court backhand by Lewis. Wiebeck's hit that high. Landed inside the court. Nice shot by Lewis, recovery. Backhand by Wiebeck down the centre. Forehand across court by Lewis. Backhand down the centre by Wiebeck. Lewis
In the
hitting it
net.
into the net.
Game, Weber. Webeck leads 3 games to 1.
Game Wiebeck. Wiebeck leading 3 games to 1. Something's happened to Lewis here. She's on the ground. I think she's just going to take a minute here. The umpires come down to have a talk to her. I think she's asked for a timeout. The shoes come off. We've got the always hard for both players when there's a break in play. Wiebeck wanting to stay warm, and Lewis, obviously something's gone. Got the left shoe off. We'll just wait for the physio to come on court. Just to give you a bit of an update, Wiebeck leading 3 games to 1. We've got the physio on court now. So she'll take a little bit of time to assess and what's happened and make sure Lewis is okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Courtney Lewis has retired.
So it looks like we've got the physio there. It looks like Courtney Lewis will not continue with the match. So we'll take a break now and get you back on the next match soon. Okay, we're back on show court now. We just finished the girls match, the two New South Wales players. We've just come now to the men's B2 match, and we have two South Australians. Ethan Cook at the far end of court and Mark Haskett closest to screen. Both just in the warm-up at the moment. We have both players wearing their South Australian playing shirts, but Mark wearing a pair of mauve shorts
3 minutes.
and a dark cap, with Ethan wearing black shorts with a light cap and sunglasses. Should be a very good match, this one. We've had, obviously these guys train a fair bit together over in South Australia, and lately have been playing each other in the B2 finals in most of the state tournaments. Obviously coming from both different age spectrums. Young Ethan only 15. Mark, obviously a few more years.
Sorry? Lance calls you? I'm calling Lance.
Mark just been selected in the Australian team to go to Birmingham.
2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this B2 men's
he's very
singles
proud to
final
wear the
will
Australian
consist
colours.
of 2 short
He'll do
tiebreak
us
sets.
well over there.
A 10-point match tiebreak will be played at 1 settle. To the left of the chair, Mark Haskett. To right of the chair, Ethan Cook. Mark Haskett won the toss and chose to receive.
So the umpire just letting us know that Mark won the toss and chose to receive.
One minute.
Just had the 1 minute call, so both players just testing their serves. Final preparations before we start the match.
Thirty seconds. End of warm-up.
That's called the end of warm-up. So we'll be having Ethan serving from the far end.
First set. Ethan Cook to serve. Ready, play.
Serving them.
In the net.
Haskett's forehand.
15
Haskett
love.
there, not quite getting that one. Hitting the top of the net. Love. Nice deep serve there by Ethan. Return forehand by Haskett. Return down the centre by Ethan. Back again by Haskett. Ethan again as well. Go on to Haskett's backhand. Forehand again by Ethan. Backhand by Haskett. Forehand down the centre by Ethan. Nice deep shot by Haskett, giving him a bit of time to recover. Ethan forehand down the middle.
In the net.
Haskett dropped that
30
one
love.
short in the net again. 30 love. Nice serve again. Backhand return by Haskett. Oh,
the
slice
net.
there by Ethan. but
30-15.
unfortunately top of the net. 30-15.
Fault.
Long first serve there. Second serve to Haskett's forehand down the centre. Return down the line by Ethan. Cross court by Haskett. Another cross court by Ethan. Both players on the forehand. Haskett slice backhand down the middle. Ethan slice forehand down the middle. Backhand by Haskett. Bringing Ethan forward. Backhand by Haskett, nice and deep.
Outs.
Actually too deep.
40-15.
40-15. Haskett not quite ready there. Ethan asking. Ethan serve to Haskett's forehand. Deep return. Down the centre, Ethan. Back again by Haskett. Forehand again down the centre. Haskett across court. Ethan across court, forehand. Haskett down the line, forehand. Gone to Ethan's backhand. Haskett's gone for the spin on that one. Backhand again by Ethan, return. Forehand. Backhand slice by Ethan. Forehand across court by Haskett.
net.
Ethan
40-30.
into the net. .40-30.
Fault.
First serve long there by Ethan. Underarm second serve there by Ethan. Nice
the net.
return by
Juice.
Haskett, bringing Ethan forward there, dropping into the net. Brings us to Juice. First serve on the forehand of Haskett.
In the
Ethan
net.
just dropping short there on the net.
Advantage Haskett.
Advantage Haskett. Underarm serve by Ethan. Haskett across court. Backhand by Ethan. Forehand return by Haskett. Forehand across court, Ethan. Forehand down the middle. Forehand back down the middle by Ethan. Mark just taking a little bit longer there. Ethan on the backhand return. Nice backhand. Backhand again by Haskett.
In the net.
Ethan just gone for a bit much there.
Game Haskett.
Dropped in short
First
to the
game.
net. So we have Haskett breaking Ethan's serve to leave 1 game to love. I think Haskett showing a bit of experience there. A couple of times Ethan asking him if he's ready and saying no, taking his time. Probably one of our most experienced players in the blind tennis. Been playing for a while.
Mark Haskett to serve.
Serving from the far end.
Fault.
Big serve into the net, fault. Second serve, slice. Ethan coming in, forehand. Forehand return by Haskett. Forehand down the centre by Ethan, nice deep shot. Haskett forehand. Another forehand by Ethan. Backhand slice by Haskett. Both players forehand down the middle. Gone for a bit too
Outs.
much there by
Love 15.
Haskett. Gone wide.
5 centimetres.
Love 15. Another fold on the first serve. Second serve on the forehand of Ethan, down the centre. Forehand return by both players. On the forehand by Haskett. Forehand down the centre by Ethan. Back again by Haskett. Both players going down the middle. Backhand by Haskett. Forehand of Ethan. Forehand across court by Haskett. Ethan pushing Haskett back. Haskett quite happy to stay on the baseline. Backhand by Ethan, nice shot. Haskett backhand return. Nice cross court by Ethan, pushing Haskett around. Forehand down the centre.
Out.
Ethan just gone for a bit too much there,
15
gone
all.
wide. 15 all. Booming serve down the line by Haskett.
In the net. 30-15.
30-15. Not much you can do with that serve. Going for another booming serve, taking the top of the net. Second serve slice. Forehand of Ethan down the middle. Returning forehand by Haskett. Cross court by Ethan. Cross court by Haskett. Forehand. Ethan
Outs.
gone again and cross court.
40-15.
Just gone a little touch wide. 40-15. Booming serve again on the forehand of Ethan cross court. Haskett down the centre. Backhand return by Ethan. Forehand in the right in the corner by Haskett. Nice shot.
Out. Game Haskett. Haskett leads 2 games to love. First set.
Haskett leading 2 games to love. I think Ethan's just asking the umpire if he can close a door or a blind here in the right corner. Serve by Ethan. Forehand return by Haskett. Nice forehand back. Both players down the centre.
Out.
Just gone a bit
Love
too
15.
deep there.
Yeah, Ethan, just wait. I'm going to radio. So just before you start the next point, just wait. Thank you. On court 1.
Love 15.
Get the blinds on the side.
Umpire's just letting Ethan know he's just going to get that fixed. Just have a little break.
Is it possible if we can get
I think it is actually broken, but we'll just wait and see.
the blinds closed at the front of court 1, just over here, Phil?
Both players coming together in the centre of court.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't close any further. That's the furthest it goes. So, all good. Thanks, Phil.
I think they've just been told. So returning
Love
to
15.
play. Nice serve by Ethan. Forehand return down the centre by Haskett. Back again by Ethan. Forehand return. Nice deep. Forehand across court. Backhand by Ethan.
Out. Love 30. So, do you mind passing me that back? Do you mind passing me that back?
Love 30. Underarm serve there by Ethan. Bringing Haskett forward. Forehand down the centre. Both players, both forehands. Backhand by Ethan down the centre. Forehand across court. Forehand down the middle by Ethan. Backhand by Ethan now back. Forehand down the centre. Haskett. Back of centre again by Ethan. Forehand again down the middle. Both players now just playing down the middle. Backhand by Ethan. Backhand lob there by Ethan. Cross court by Haskett's gone wide.
15-30.
15-30. Nice serve. Haskett returned the forehand. Forehand deep by Ethan. Another down the centre by Haskett. Bringing Haskett forward, backhand. Now backhand by Ethan. Nice shot down the line by Ethan. Returning backhand by Haskett, nice and deep. Forehand now. Forehand wide return there by
15-40.
Ethan. 15-40. Underarm first serve, bringing Haskett forward. Returning forehand to forehand. Now on the backhand side of Ethan. Haskett's gone back there again to the backhand. Nice shot by Ethan on down the line. Bringing Haskett forward, now taking him wide. Return by Haskett, just lobbing it back, giving himself time to get in position. Back to the forehand each. Ethan across court. Mark down the centre. Forehand by Haskett there, gone
30-40.
wide. 30-40. Haskett just taking his time. Backhand slice return by Haskett. Forehand down the centre by Ethan. Another forehand down the middle. Forehand down the line by Haskett. Backhand by Ethan. Backhand
In the net.
slice. Oh, just
Game
didn't
Haskett.
quite get over the net.
Haskett leads
Haskett
3 games
taking
to love.
another
First
game
set.
there. Haskett now leading 3 games to love. Players just taking a break to have a drink. Really good opportunity for Ethan just to have a bit of a break. Getting a little bit frustrated in the rallies there. So we'll have Haskett now serving closest to screen.
Faults.
First serve into the net. Second serve slice. Ethan running into that. Nice forehand. Forehand down the centre again. Cross court by Haskett. Haskett moving Ethan around. Backhand by Ethan. Forehand return down the middle by Haskett. Forehand again by Ethan and again by Haskett. Another forehand return by Ethan. Haskett going into the centre of the court. Return by Ethan. Forehand across. Haskett. Cross again by Ethan. Down the centre again. Down the line by... Nice backhand return by Ethan. Both players now working each other across the court. Backhand down the centre by Haskett. Forehand return by Ethan. Forehand to forehand. Another one down the centre by Haskett. Ethan going down the centre again. Long rally this one. Both players waiting to see who can make a mistake. Forehand to forehand. Nice backhand by Ethan.
In the net.
Ethan's backhand there just
15
not
love.
quite getting it into the net. Haskett leading 15 love. Underarm serve again. Ethan on the forehand. Bit of spin on that one. Backhand return by Haskett. Ethan's gone down the line. Haskett's lobbed that one back in nicely to stay in. Ethan lobbed it back again for Haskett. Both players lobbing back to each other. Backhand by Cook. Down the centre. Haskett down the middle. Ethan there, another return lob. Haskett forehand. That one hitting the net by Ethan, coming to the net.
Touch.
Haskett.
30 love.
Ethan trying to volley that one back, but couldn't control it. Up 30 love. Going back to the booming serve again. Return backhand by Ethan. Bringing a nice little drop shot there by Haskett. It's 40 love.
Faults.
Just missing the first serve there. Haskett taking his time. Second serve. Ethan's forehand. Going for a bit more power there. And Haskett's gone wide.
40-15.
40-15. It was nice pressure there by Ethan. Forehand serve
Faults.
gone wide. Long,
Yeah,
wide,
that's long.
ball's died.
Yeah.
Second serve. Ethan coming forward. Forehand down the middle. Returning forehand by Haskett. Nice forehand by Ethan. Backhand by Haskett. Backhand slice by Ethan. Forehand across court. Another forehand down the centre by Ethan. Haskett forehand down the centre. Ethan going for the lob. Forehand down the middle. Now looking to try and push Haskett to the side. And again, back to the forehand. Nice backhand of Ethan. Yes, and he's got the mistake from
40-30.
Haskett. 40-30. First serve. Forehand of Ethan, bit of slice. Backhand return by Haskett. Forehand down the line.
Game in first set.
And that's the
Haskett.
first set
4
gone
games
to
to love.
Haskett. Haskett taking the first set, 4 games to love. Players will just take a rest for a second.
No, stay, same man. Second set. Ethan Cook to serve.
Back into the second set. Haskett receiving.
Out. 15 love.
Hitting that one wide. Ethan taking the first point. Nice serve by Cook.
Out. 30
Deep
love.
by Haskett again. So good start by Ethan here. 30 love.
Let for serve.
It's a let.
Faults.
Fault. So
Yeah,
second
long.
serve now. Underarm. Bring Haskett forward on the forehand. Return. Forehand down the centre by Ethan. Haskett back down the centre again. Ethan working the forehand down the middle. Backhand return by Haskett. Nice deep there by Ethan. Gone
Out.
across court a little bit too far there by
30-15.
Ethan.
Yeah. Just wide.
It's gone wide. 30-15. Nice first serve. Haskett returning forehand. Cross court by Ethan. Cross court return by Haskett. Ethan's gone back to the forehand, pushing Haskett wide,
Out.
and it's worked. Haskett hitting
40-15.
that one wide. Ethan up 40-15. First serve in. Forehand return by Haskett. Backhand by Cook. Backhand again by Haskett down the centre. Ethan down the middle again, forehand. Ethan backhand slice, bringing Haskett forward. Haskett returning that forehand. Yes, nice shot
Game.
by Cook.
Cook. First game, second set.
That break did him well. Taking the first game in the second set. Leading 1 game to love. Players changing ends. We'll have Haskett serving from the far end. Haskett's gone for the big serve into the net. Second serve, bring Ethan forward. Forehand down the line. Backhand down the centre by Haskett. Forehand down the middle by Cook. Cross court there by Haskett. Pushing Ethan back again to the forehand side. Forehand down the middle by Haskett. Backhand return by Ethan. Cross court there by Haskett.
In the net.
Oh, Cook just
15 love.
dropping that one on the net. Love. First serve on the forehand of Cook. Returning forehand by Haskett. Down the centre by Cook.
Out.
Haskett's gone
15
for a
all.
lob. It's gone wide. 15 all.
Faults.
First serve fault. Second serve, bringing Cook forward. Nice forehand. Forehand return again by Haskett down the middle. Cook down the centre. Both players playing down the middle. Gone for a wide one there by Haskett, pushing Ethan wide. Nice return. Nice backhand by Ethan back down the middle. Steadying himself. Forehand deep in the corner. Haskett backhand slice. Bring Ethan forward. Ethan lobbing. Haskett now pushing him back. Nice smart play there by Ethan, just giving himself a bit of a lob to give him some time. Forehand down the middle. Forehand back down the centre again. Haskett pushing Ethan wide on the court. Down the middle. Return again down the middle. Haskett again down the middle. Both players giving themselves a bit of time. Nice wide one on the backhand side of there, Ethan. Forehand down the middle again now. Forehand to forehand. Both down the middle.
In the net.
Haskett,
15-30.
top of the net. $15-30. Big serve. Forehand return by Ethan. Nice deep. Backhand slice there by Haskett. Cross court by Ethan. Another cross court by Haskett. High lob by Ethan.
Out. Yeah, no, it was just like
Calling
really
that one
close,
out.
but it was just wide. 30 all.
30 all. On the forehand side of Ethan. Forehand return by Haskett. Backhand slice by Ethan down the centre. Forehand across court. Another forehand back again.
In the net. 30-40.
Haskett just dropping that one short in the net. 30-40. Chance of a break here for Ethan.
Let,
a let.
first serve.
Second serve gone for the big serve as well.
Out.
And Ethan push that out wide.
Juice.
Back to Juice.
Fault.
Off a wide serve there by
10 centimetres.
Haskett. Pushed it too far. Second serve coming. Slice on the second serve. Bring Ethan forward. Nice shot by Ethan in the corner. Cross court. Great return by Haskett, but down the middle, both players now. Backhand return. Backhand again by Haskett. Forehand down the line by Cook. Cross court by Haskett. Down the centre by Ethan. Centre again. Down the middle, both players, forehand to forehand. Cross court now by Ethan. And again by Haskett. Pushing across each other. Haskett gone
Out.
for too much there.
Advantage Cook.
Ethan will take the advantage. Haskett here, first serve, underarm. Slice. Nice return by Ethan. Cross court, backhand by Ethan. Backhand slice by Haskett. Down the centre, Ethan forehand. Backhand return. Ethan down the centre again. Ethan backhand slice.
In the net.
Oh, just
Juice.
not making it over. Back to Juice.
In the net.
Underarm serve there into the net by Haskett. Second serve, bringing Cook forward. Nice shot down the line by Ethan. Nice deep ball there.
In
Haskett
the net.
on the backhand into the net.
Advantage Cook.
Ethan taking advantage again. Big serve by Haskett. Lob return there by Ethan. Nice and deep, but Haskett across court forehand. Ethan returning with a forehand down the centre. Back again by Haskett down the middle. Both players on the forehand. Forehand to forehand. Nice deep by Ethan. Forehand again by Haskett down the middle. Both players just waiting to push each other wide. Cool. Back down the centre again by Haskett. Backhand slice there by Ethan, pushing wide. Pushing him back there again. Haskett's gone for the lob. Give himself time to settle again. He's lobbed again, forehand. Ethan waiting gently and pushing it deep. Haskett again, lobbing. Obviously a tactic. Forehand down the middle again. Slice on that forehand by Ethan. Pushing him into the net.
In the net.
Great job there by Ethan.
Game Cook.
Cook taking that game.
Cook
Getting
leads
back in
2
the
games
match
to
here.
love. Second set.
Cook taking the lead, 2 games to love in the second set.
Wait, please.
Haskett just taking his time. Using all his experience. Nice serve by Ethan. Backhand return by Haskett. Ethan down the centre. Forehand return by Haskett. Another forehand by Ethan. Forehand across court, both players. Pushing each other wide. Haskett gone down the line this time. Backhand by Ethan. Deep shot. Forehand cross court again by Haskett. Back again by Ethan. Forehand to forehand. On the backhand now of Ethan. Gone for
In
the
the net.
lob.
Love 15.
Off a little drop shot, just hitting the top of the net. Love 15. Nice deep serve there in the corner. Backhand return by Haskett. Cook forehand down the centre. Haskett back down the middle again. Backhand of Ethan. Backhand again by Haskett. Forehand down the centre by Ethan. Forehand across court by Haskett. Drop
In the
shot there
net.
by Ethan, just not quite getting over.
Love 30.
Love 30. First serve, Haskett's forehand down the centre. Cook forehand down the middle as well. Backhand on Haskett. Both players putting a bit of spin on the ball here. Backhand ball hit by Haskett. Forehand down the centre by Ethan. Lob by Haskett down the middle. Ethan return forehand. Haskett gone
Outs.
wide there, too wide.
15-30.
15-30. Nice serve by Cook. Forehand return down the line by Haskett. Cross court forehand lob by Cook. Down the centre again by Haskett. Returning forehand by Cook. And a Haskett again. Both players forehand. Forehand across court, pushing Ethan wider. Gone again across court. Both players cross court, making each other work. Backhand slice there by Ethan down the line. Forehand across court by Haskett. Pushing Ethan across court, making him go back again. Great return by Cook to stay in it. Haskett now lobbing down the middle. Backhand slice there by Cook. Forehand return by Haskett. Backhand down the centre. Cook down the middle again. Haskett down the centre. Returning backhand there by Cook. Backhand by Haskett. Both players just pushing each other around the court. Cook getting that one low. Haskett returning forehand. Cook down the middle. Haskett across court. Backhand slice there by Ethan down the middle. Forehand down the centre. Forehand by Ethan again. Haskett pushing Cook wide a little bit. Now down the centre. Returning slice backhand. Haskett going wide again. Cook returning. Haskett down the middle. Both players recovering well here, pushing each other across the court. Ethan going long. Still in play, cross court, forehand to forehand. Ethan's backhand now slice down the middle. Haskett down the middle again. Returning both to the middle for a little while. Backhand there by Cook, cross court, forehand down the middle, Haskett. Forehand down the middle, Cook. Backhand by Haskett. Cook going in a touch. Slice backhand there by Haskett. Ethan coming down the middle. Cross court there by Haskett, bit more power in that one. Cook getting across.
In the net.
Haskett into the net. Great point.
(30-15).
Great point there by Cook. 30 all.
Yeah, sorry, correction, 30 all.
Both players just taking a break here. Big rally. Underarm serve by Cook, bringing Haskett forward. Returning backhand down the centre. Forehand down the middle. Haskett forehand again. Both players down the middle, forehand. Backhand of Cook, lobbing it back deep. Lob there, forehand by Haskett. Forehand across court by Cook. Another big lob by Haskett, but it's gone too deep.
40-30.
40-30. Nice serve in the corner there by Cook. Backhand slice by Haskett. Cross court there by Ethan. Cross court by Haskett, but it's gone wide.
Game Cook. Cook leads 3 games to love. Second set. First
So
set,
Cook
Haskett.
taking that game as well. Great comeback in the second set here, leading 3 games to love. Haskett serve down the line. Cook returning backhand. Forehand by Haskett. Forehand across court by Cook, putting pressure on Haskett. And he's
Out.
gone deep.
Love 15.
Love 15.
Sorry, can you just...
Just someone walking behind the back of the court. Underarm serve by Haskett. Forehand return by Cook. Another forehand by Haskett. Forehand again by Cook down the centre. Forehand to forehand. Bit more power in that one by Haskett. Backhand there by Cook. Haskett trying to push Cook across court. Nice forehand down the centre by Haskett. Right in
Out.
the corner there by Cook.
15 all.
$15 all. First serve by Haskett. Returning backhand by Cook. Backhand slice there by Haskett down the middle. Forehand nice and deep there by Cook. Returning backhand. Forehand across court. Cook. Haskett across court again. Down the middle this time. Forehand to forehand. Pushing Cook wide. Cross court. Haskett going back there again. Nice shot. Cook recovering well. Backhand by Haskett. Nice recovery by Cook. Forehand across court. Cook
Out.
just gone for a little bit too much there.
30-15.
Great point. Haskett leading 30-15. Underarm serve to the Cook running around to play the forehand. Cross court. Backhand shot there by Haskett. Nice recovery by Cook. Backhand. Forehand down the line by Haskett. Cook back down the centre. Haskett down the middle again. Forehand down the line. Backhand to the middle. Forehand across court, moving Haskett across. Haskett nice getting there. Cook going there, making him run. Down the centre by Haskett, giving him time to recover. Back down the middle again. Both players gone back down to the centre. Returning slice by Cook. Haskett across court. Cook cross court lob there. Haskett now moving in.
In the net.
Yeah, push Cook at the wide there.
40-15. 40-15, yeah.
40-15. Both players, some long rallies in this game.
Fault.
Big serve by Haskett, but it's gone long. Second serve, just slice. Cook forehand across court. Haskett's
Out.
gone down the line, but he's gone wide.
40-30.
Thought he might have had the game there, but back
Just,
to
like really close.
40-30.
Nah, just missed.
First serve there. Forehand down the centre by Cook. Backhand return by Haskett. Backhand slice by Cook down the middle. Forehand down the centre by Haskett. Returning backhand by Cook. Haskett pushing him wide on the backhand. Back to the forehand by Haskett down this line. Nice and deep. Pushing Cook back. Down the middle again. Cook coming in with some pressure. Backhand return down the middle.
In the net.
Gone for the lob.
Juice.
Slide, backhand slice there into the net. Score at Juice. Returning forehand. Forehand across court by Haskett. Again by Cook down the middle. Haskett pushing him back there on the forehand. Nice little shot there, pushing Haskett wide. Haskett's gone for the fine one there. Nice recovery by Cook. Needs to get back here on the backhand. Great recovery. Down the middle. Haskett down the middle again. Forehand across court. Returning forehand by Cook. Down the middle by Haskett. Cook down the centre again. Haskett just waiting here, trying to push Cook around. Going now the other side to his backhand. Backhand return by Cook. Back to the forehand. Down the middle again.
In the net.
Oh, Haskett dropping that into the net.
Advantage Cook.
Advantage Cook. Haskett using his experience, taking a bit of time. Big
12.
serve, but it's
Just
gone long.
10 centimeters.
Chance for Cook here. Add on second serve. Second
Faults
serve, and he's double
in the net.
folded.
Game and second set, Cook.
Game in the second set to
By
Cook.
4 sets, 4 games to love.
One game,
One set all.
one set all here. Both players will just take a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-point match tiebreak will be played to decide the match. Here's a- Yep.
Cook to serve here first. Returning forehand by Haskett down the middle. Cook again down the centre. Returning across court by Haskett. Again by Cook. Haskett across court again. Pushing Haskett wide. Cross court both players, and he's gone back there again. Both players across court. Both on the forehand. Haskett now coming forward, forehand down the line. Going to Ethan's backhand slice. Down the middle. Forehand down the centre. Cook to the backhand of Haskett. Both down the centre again. Both looking for the deep ball to push the player back. Forehand to forehand. Down the centre. Cook down the centre again. Haskett's gone down the line a little bit. Returning backhand by Cook. Cross court by Haskett. Back to the centre. Both players have done plenty of mileage in this game. Hit the net there. Cook's gone for the slice forehand. Backhand return by Haskett. Cook back down the middle. Haskett onto the backhand. Cook putting a bit of a slice on that forehand. Haskett's gone wide, right in the corner. Haskett now on the forehand, down the middle. Down the middle again by Cook. Both players down the centre. Forehand across court by Haskett. Cook back down the middle. Haskett now gone wide on the backhand of Cook. Lob backhand there by Cook. Haskett gone deep. Forehand again by Cook. Forehand again. Nice lob, deep forehand. And Haskett's gone a lob as well. Both down the middle. Haskett's gone back to the lob. Down the middle. Waiting to see if Cook will make a mistake. Lobbing on the backhand. Down the centre of the court. Forehand by Haskett. Again by Cook. Bit of a slice on that.
Out.
He's gone wide. Haskett's gone deep.
1-0, Cook.
1-0 in the tiebreaker to Cook. Nice serve by Haskett. Forehand return by Cook, right on the line there. Returning back by Haskett. Backhand by Cook down the centre. Down the middle by Haskett. Forehand return again down the middle. Backhand by Haskett across court. Backhand slice there by Cook. Bringing Haskett forward, and Haskett's
Out.
gone wide. Cook takes a
2-0
2-love kneel.
Cook.
2-love in the tiebreaker. Haskett just adjusting his knee pad. Big serve. Cook's backhand slice.
Out.
He's just pushed that wide.
2-1 Cook.
So 2-1 in the tiebreaker. Ethan the serve from the far end. Serve by Ethan, backhand by Haskett. Forehand down the line by Ethan, pushing Haskett wide. Going back there again. Haskett returning down across court. Forehand down the centre by Cook. Backhand return by Haskett. Forehand by Cook down the middle. Returning forehand by Haskett. Backhand slice by Cook. Forehand down the middle. Forehand back down the middle by Cook. Cook's pushing Haskett a little bit wider here. Turning forehand, pushing back again. Ethan's forehand here. Keeping Haskett back on the baseline. Haskett returning forehand down the middle. Cook down the centre again. He's gone a little bit wider on that one, Haskett. Backhand of Cook, down the centre. Haskett on the forehand down the middle. Back down the middle again. Both players waiting for someone to make a mistake. Forehand onto the backhand of Cook. Slice there, backhand. Haskett playing cross court. Forehand back. Another forehand back by Haskett. Cross court there by Cook. Bring Haskett forward. Going down the line now, pushing Haskett wide onto the backhand. Cook moving Haskett around. Forehand down the centre again. Ball just dying a little bit there. Both players down the middle again. Backhand. Cook on the forehand deep. Haskett's gone for a big one. Down the centre.
Out.
And Cook
2
just
all.
gone deep. Two all in the tiebreaker. Cook underarm serve, bringing Haskett forward. Returning forehand. Forehand by Cook, now pushing him back. Forehand across court onto the backhand of Haskett. Nice deep return, but great drop shot there by Cook, bringing him forward. Now pushing him back deep. Backhand by Haskett, great recovery. Lob forehand back. Forehand to forehand. Down the centre. Haskett back down. Cook pushing him a little bit wider. Cross court there by Haskett. Bringing Haskett forward again. Cross court. Haskett's backhand. Lob down the centre. Cook back down the middle. Forehand by Haskett back down. Cook returning. Haskett back down the centre. Cook's backhand slice, bringing Haskett forward. Haskett returning the baseline. Cross court. Cross court by Haskett. Cook down the middle. Haskett's gone for a deeper one. Nice recovery there by Cook, giving himself time. Bring Haskett forward again. Haskett's gone to the forehand of Cook. Pushing forward. Cook's well behind the baseline there. On the backhand slice, down the middle. Haskett now pushing to the forehand. Both players waiting for a mistake. Oh, and Cook's gone down the line.
3-2, Haskett.
Haskett now leading 3 games to 2. Haskett serving, closest to screen. Hasn't gone for that normal big serve. Forehand return down the middle by Cook. Cross court by Haskett. Cross court again by Haskett. Cook a bit of slice on that forehand down the middle. Haskett back down the centre. Cook down the middle again. Both players playing down the centre. Backhand by Cook. Nice sweet backhand there. Forehand back down the middle. Cook pushing him deep. Forehand across court.
In the net.
Oh, he's just got the top of the
4-2.
net.
Haskett.
Momentum swings again in this game. Haskett leading 4 games to 2. 4 points to 2, sorry, in the tiebreaker. Both players just grabbing a quick drink. Changing ends. So we have Haskett serving from the far end. Big serve there. Forehand return by Cook.
net.
Backhand lob by
4-3,
Haskett, but it's hit
Haskett.
the net. Could that be the swing we need? Cook coming back. Haskett leading 4-3. Nice serve by Cook. Deep
Out.
return by Haskett.
4 all.
Gone deep. 4 all. This is what we expect in a final.
Yeah.
Right down
Hang
to
on,
the
guys,
wire.
the cord came off the net.
We just had the umpire coming down from the chair. I think he's knocked the net off the hook. We'll just get it readjusted. Showing how much power Haskett's got. Cook's gone to have a look at the hook. I think Haskett wants a lower net. He's it's come off again. We'll see who comes out of this break better. Both players getting a rest. Hopefully Ethan's staying switched on here. So here we go. Looks like the net. We're just going to get a measurement, make sure it's correct. Yeah, he looks happy with it. Going to return to his chair. And we've got Ethan serving from the closest to screen.
Yep. All good.
4 all in the tiebreaker.
Fault.
Big serve, it's gone long.
Just long.
Second serve underarm. Haskett on the forehand, pushing Cook wide. Nice return by Cook. Down the line now by Haskett on the backhand of Cook. Forehand across court. Backhand down the middle by Cook. Forehanded Ethan's backhand. Forehand across court again by Haskett, returning backhand. Cook back down the centre. Down the centre again. Forehand to forehand here. Bit of a slice on that one. Haskett running around to get on the forehand. Back down the centre again. Ethan backhand slice. On the forehand of Haskett. Both back down the centre. Who's going to take the risk first? Haskett across court. Backhand by Ethan. Cross court again by Haskett. Backhand return by Ethan. Haskett down the centre on the forehand of Cook. Backhand there by Haskett. Forehand back return by Cook. Cook back down the centre. Backhand slice there by Haskett. Forehand across court. Ethan's backhand back down the centre. Forehand down the middle. Returning forehand by Ethan. Bit more height in that shot by Cook, giving himself time. Haskett's gone again. Push Cook in forward. Cook's gone for the forehand. Haskett backhand. Cook's gone. Not great shot across court. Great recovery by Haskett. Cook's backhand slice down the middle. Haskett's gone across court forehand. Back down the centre by Cook. Both players didn't take the advantage there. Both back down the middle again. Neither player wanting to make a mistake. Down the centre play. Forehand by Haskett. Forehand again down the middle by Cook. Backhand return by Cook. Slice backhand there by Haskett. Forehand down the middle by Cook. Haskett's gone the lob. Ethan's run around to play the forehand. Forehand down the middle again by Haskett. Return again by Cook. Ethan's gone wide,
Out.
pushed out.
5-4, Haskett.
Haskett leading 5-4.
That's your serve, right? Yeah.
5-4 in the tiebreaker. Haskett to serve. Just taking his time, showing all his experience. Big serve. Cook's forehand return. Forehand across court by Haskett. Returning forehand by Cook. Down the centre by Haskett. On the backhand of Cook. Backhand slice and it's gone wide.
6-4, Haskett.
That's 6-4 to Haskett. Ethan needs to stay in this point. Haskett to serve. Big serve. Forehand by Cook. Forehand return by Haskett. Backhand by Cook. Cross court. Backhand slice by Haskett in the net.
6-5.
That's the point that Ethan needed.
Haskett.
Stay in the game. Haskett leading 6-5. Cook now to serve.
Wait, please. Fault.
Cook just serving into the net there, first serve. Underarm serve by Cook, bringing Haskett forward, cross court. Backhand down the line by
Out.
Cook, and he's gone wide.
7-5, Haskett. Change to ends, Ethan.
7-5 by Haskett. They've got to change ends. Looks like we're getting some extra ball people on the court as well. Maybe the others need to go to their lunch break. Been on the court for a while. Here we go, Cook to serve from the far end. Stay in the match. Second serve just got over. Return by Haskett's a nice one. Cross court there by Ethan. Ethan's backhand, bringing Haskett forward. Haskett going down the line. Cook, nice deep shot there. Great shot.
7-6, Haskett.
7-6. I'm glad they've still got the lights on. We might need them. Haskett to serve closest to screen. He's gone for the booming serve. Backhand by Cook. Forehand down the centre by Haskett. No, he's
Out.
gone too deep.
8-6, Haskett.
8 Haskett on his serve. Ethan needs his return. Big serve too. Backhand by Ethan. Beautiful on the line. Returning backhand by Haskett. Forehand return by Cook. Haskett going down the line, pushing him across the court. Ethan across court as well. Forehand down the middle by Haskett. Cook across court. Oh, great shot by Haskett. Cook, great recovery. Haskett's gone for down the middle again. Kept him in the game. Great shot there by Cook. Oh, he's got a bit of slice on that forehand. Forehand down the centre by Haskett. Returning forehand nice and deep. Down the middle again. Big shot there by
Out.
Haskett, and he's gone deep.
8-7, Haskett.
8-6. 8-7, sorry. 8-7 with Cook to serve. Underarm serve
Vault
into the
in
net. Second serve. Underarm. Has to come forward on the forehands. Gone down the line. Called in. Now he's gone wide, pushing Ethan to the backhand. Backhand return by Ethan down the middle. Forehand down the centre. Forehand by Cook. Both players playing down the centre at the moment. Haskett's gone for the big forehand down the middle. Great shot by Haskett.
9-7, Haskett.
Haskett now leading 9-7. We've got match point here. Ethan to serve.
Let.
Let.
First serve. Vault in the net.
First serve into the net. Match point here on second serve. Haskett's come forward. Gone for the shot across court. Ethan lobbing it up down the middle. Haskett on the forehand back. Ethan's lobbed again. Forehand down the middle.
In the
Haskett
net.
into the net.
9-8, Haskett. Other side.
9-8. Will Haskett bring the booming serve out. No, he's gone for the slice serve. Forehand by Cook down the middle. Haskett down the centre again. Cook on the backhand return. Bring Haskett forward. Haskett back down the middle. Haskett returning down the middle again. Cook down the centre. Both players just looking at pushing each other a little bit wider. Deep ball there by Cook. Haskett lob forehand. Forehand return by Cook. Back down the centre again. Cook sliced that forehand on the line. Down the middle by Haskett. Both players done plenty of miles here. Forehand to forehand. Back to the forehand again. Cook running around the forehand down the middle. Haskett the same. Forehand with a bit of slice on there. Pushing Haskett wide. Go for the shot there, Cook down the salt line. Haskett
Net.
into the net.
9-all.
9-all in the tiebreaker.
I can't sit down at the change yet.
The crowd is huge here today. We're just packing the joint. All right, we're back here at 9-all. Haskett to serve from the far end. Gone for the booming serve. Backhand return by Cook. Down the middle. Cross court there by Haskett. Forehand return down the middle by Cook. Haskett back down the centre. These boys are going to need new shoes after this game. Backhand there by Cook down the middle. Haskett across court. Forehand to forehand. Ethan gone long. Haskett now lob one back. And Cook says, I'll lob back to you as well. Back down the centre. Cook on the backhand. Haskett down the line. Cook across court. Haskett now moving side to side. Backhand return down the middle. Haskett going down the centre again. Forehand down the line. Cook, slice there by Haskett. Bringing Cook forward. Another slice now. Cook going across court. Cross court by Haskett. Pushing him wide. Cook back to the middle. Haskett's gone there again. Pushing Cook wide. And again. Cook going for the drop. Returning backhand's gone
Out.
wide by Haskett. Cook
10-9.
leading 10-9. Championship point for Cook. Serving. Nice first serve. Run around forehand by Haskett. Returning back. Down the middle. Back down the middle again. Lobbing for forehand. Forehand to forehand. Haskett not wanting to make a mistake here. Just playing down the centre. Cook pushed him wide. Chance here. Cook coming forward to the net. Haskett gone deep. Forehand return by Cook. Haskett playing down the centre again. Both down the centre. Who's going to break first? Both down the centre, forehands. Haskett returning. Cook down the centre again. Haskett just pushing a little wider. Cook on the backhand slice, coming net to the forward. Haskett hitting the net in. Oh,
Well up.
Cook running into the umpire's chair. Hope he's all right.
10-all.
Great drop shot there by Haskett, hitting the top of the net, just falling in. Haskett, Cook running into the umpire's chair. I think he's done a bit of damage to the shoulder. No give in those chairs. 10-all. Ethan to serve. Nice first serve down the line. Returning backhand by Haskett. Cook's
In the
gone
net.
for, oh, Cook was
11-10.
bright idea.
Haskett.
Just hitting the top of the net. Haskett now taking the lead, 11-10. Both players taking a rest. Here we go. Haskett to serve.
Fault.
Fault into the net. Second serve. Underarm slice. Cook coming to the net. Playing down the line. Haskett returning down the middle. Cook going down the other side now. Pushing Haskett around the net. Cook down the centre. Haskett returning back down the middle. Forehand again. Forehand to forehand. Both players not wanting to make a mistake. Forehand again down the middle. Haskett in the middle again. Cook's gone for the slice out wide. Returning backhand by Haskett. Backhand again by Cook. Forehand across court. Ethan running around the forehand. Pushing across court. Backhand return by Haskett. Cook now across court. Forehand down the middle. Down the line,
Out.
Cook and's gone wide.
Game. Centre match.
What
Haskett.
a game. Standing
By 2
ovation for
sets
both
to 1.
players here.
For Love.
Haskett
Love
taking
4.
the match.
12-10.
For Love. Love 4. 12-10 in the tiebreaker. Great game of tennis. Both players are going to need a rest after that one. Just waiting to see. The crowd love that game. The grandstand full up here.
Okay, fantastic. What a match we had here on Show Court 1 with our B2 men's singles final between Ethan Cook from South Australia and Mark Haskett from South Australia. Mark, he certainly made you earn the win that time. I know you and Ethan have had lots of battles over the years. How would you summarise that match? Come closer.
Oh, look, it's tiring, I guess. He makes you earn every point, and you've just got to dig deep, and even when things get tough, you've just got to find a way.
Yeah.
We've had plenty of battles back home as well, and nothing changes with him. He just keeps calm and makes me have to earn it. So, yeah, thanks, Heath.
Yeah, fantastic. And it certainly came down. I know you were off to a flying start in that first set. At what point did you feel the momentum kind of swing around when Ethan obviously got off to a good start in the second set? What can you put that down to?
I bombed the first three points. Off the serve, I just was rattled after that, I think, and couldn't get myself focused again. And seeing Steve down the bottom probably helped me calm down in that third set, or that tiebreaker really, because Steve's been the one to help me, stay calm and patient and accept the good. And and certainly he played unbelievable tennis. So I couldn't have asked for a better opponent, really.
Absolutely. No, and I think for both of your credit, just digging deep in those points. I think one of the longest rallies I'd seen, it was around about a 45 to 50 shot rally. So everyone was on their edge of their seat. And some of the angles I think you guys were getting in the slice was incredible. So it was great to watch. And then the match tiebreak, obviously that went quite level, 10 to 12 in the end. What could you put that down to in terms of you getting over the top? Was there anything you tried in that match tiebreak that worked?
I look at 9-6. I thought I had it, and again I had to find a way. And every time I went, safe with my ball, I put it into the net or hit long. And I think just being able to visualise what I actually wanted to do, finally paid off. And I guess you've got to use a bit of court knowledge, I guess, and knowing your opponent's vision and what they can and can't see. And I particularly like that glary end, Ethan facing into that corner. So I thought if I could get it into that corner, into his backhand, then he would then have to look into that light and try and put a few balls in the air for him to have a look at too. And he did really well with that too. So to his credit, he stuck with it, got patient, and I guess for me, just being telling myself to be patient and just wait for the right time and then take it when it comes. So, and it eventually came.
Well, it's probably a role that you've been able to play now for a number of years, being a mentor and a leader, I suppose, within blind tennis in Australia, and a lot of these younger next-gen players coming up through the ranks, and it's a pretty exciting time for the sport, isn't it?
Oh, look, I'm in awe of what some of these guys can do now. I'm being challenged now, and I've got to get better as a player and keep this body going. And without these guys, I don't get to play either. So, and also to Nick Bradley. I mean, Nick, he does an amazing job back home for us, and we're truly blessed to have him around. And to Jack Crispin from Tennis SA, he's come on board, and it's fantastic to see the investment that these two guys, but particularly with Tennis Australia, have put into our game. To have 34 people here, I can't ask for better, and hopefully we can get more next time and keep growing this game. And I know people around the world would have watched that game, and we're truly lucky to have the facilities too to be able to play these games. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And those overseas will be kind of preparing for IBSA Games, where you'll be coming overseas to represent Australia. So once again, Mark, thanks and congratulations on the B2 title. And we look forward to seeing you in the doubles shortly.
Thank you.
No worries.
3 minutes. Two minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this B4 Open Singles Final will be best of 2 short sets with a match tiebreak at 1 set all. To the left of the chair, Arato Katsuda Green. To the right of the chair, Sean Rousseau. Katsuda Green won the toss and chose to serve. Katsuda Green to serve. Ready, play.
All right, we have Arato serving first.
Out, long,
First point, 15 love.
15 love.
Arato closest to screen in the yellow shirt, blue cap. Serve
Out, wide,
30 love.
30 love.
That's for the B4 final men's. Nice serve there, forehand return by Russo. Russo, nice deep return again. Bringing into the net. Great
In
play
the net.
by Russo there.
30-15.
Obviously being B4, only one bounce.
Fault, wide.
The serve down the line, fault. Nice deep second serve, Russo onto that one. Forehand down the line, backhand down the middle, backhand down the centre, forehand deep. Oh, nice drop shot there by
40-15.
Arato. 40-15.
Fault, wide.
For the wide serve, fault. Backhand by Arato. Forehand down the line by Russo. Russo for the volley. Backhand down the centre. cross court by Russo. Another one cross court. Backhand by Sean. Nice play there by
In the
Sean
net.
Russo.
40-30.
40-30. Nice forehand return by Russo. Backhand cross court by Verato.
Game,
Takes the
Katsuta
first
Green.
game.
First game.
Players swap ends now. Both players coming from New South Wales. We just had an all South Australian B2 final. Now we've got an all New South Wales B4 final. I have Sean
Russo
Russo
to
serving
serve.
closest to screen.
Fault in the
Good
net.
serve into the net. Second
Fault,
serve,
long.
Fault. Double fault there.
Love 15.
Slice backhand by Arato. Deep
Out,
forehand,
long.
too deep there by Sean.
Love 30.
Love 30. Serve. Oh, great return by Arado.
Love 40.
Love 40.
Fault in the
Sean
net.
First serve into the net. Second serve, Arado running around the forehand. Forehand again by
In the
Russo,
net.
but it's into the net.
Game, Katsuta Green.
Arado taking,
Katsuta Green
Second
leads
game.
2 games to love. First set.
leading 2 games to love. Nice serve there. Forehand return
In the
by
net.
Russo was
Love
good.
15.
Rato into the net. Love 15. Some great forehand to forehand here. Backhand by Russo. Nice drop shot by Arado. Bringing him forward, playing deep. Cross court, beautiful play. Pushing Sean around the
15
net.
love.
$15 all. Rato serve. Forehand return by Russo. Cross court by Rato. Back in play. Nice drop shot by Rato. Forehand deep. Nice recovery. Sean gone for the volley. Backhand by Rato. Rato, nice play.
30 love.
Some great tennis. Rato 30-15.
Wait, please. Correction, 30-15.
Umpire just checking for himself there. 30-15.
Fault,
Serve down the
long.
line, fault. Second serve.
Fault
Oh, double
in the net.
folded.
30 all.
30 all. First serve. Sean Russo across court. Arado nice and deep. Oh, he's going for the drop shot. He just didn't come off the net,
30-40.
off the racket properly. $30-40. Chance for Russo. Nice serve. Backhand by Russo. Backhand again by Rado.
Out.
Russo
Long.
going deep.
Deuce.
Nice serve. Sean Russo gone deep in the forehand return. Forehand again by Rado. Back on the forehand across court. Down the line, backhand cross court by Rado. Again by Sean, and he's gone back there again.
Advantage, Katsuta Green.
Advantage Rado. Nice serve. Russo forehand down the middle. Backhand return. Rado's gone onto the backhand. Oh.
In the net. Deuce.
Rado going for the drop shot again, just hitting the top of the net. Back to Deuce.
Fault. Wide.
It's our first serve fault. Nice serve. Returning forehand by Sean. Backhand across court by Rado, pushing Sean around. Go back there again, he has.
Game, Katsuta Green. Katsuta Green leads 3 games to love.
Should be advantage Arato. Just going to get a score correction here.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So we have advantage
Correction,
Arato.
advantage Katsuta Green.
We got there in the end. That's all that matters. So Arato serving. Down
Fault,
the line,
long.
deep. First serve fault. Second serve on the forehand of Sean Russo. Cross court by Arato. Again by Russo. Cross court again by Arato. Both players across court. Gone down the line this time.
In
Oh,
the
he's
net.
hit it into
Deuce.
the net. Just got caught off balance there. Back to Deuce.
Fault,
Wide's
wide.
first serve. Second serve on the forehand of Russo. He's going
Out,
for the big
wide.
shot. Just missed
Advantage
wide.
Katsuta Green.
Advantage Arato. First serve on the forehand of Russo. Return. Cross court there by Arato. Cross court by Sean. Going back again, cross court. Great
Game,
shot.
Katsuta Green. Katsuta Green leads 3 games to love. First set.
Arato now leading 3 games to love. Both players just taking the chance for a drink. Change of ends.
So left of the chair is Arato Katsuta Green. Arato.
Arato taking the court. Sean Russo now as well. So will be Sean serving from the far end. Down 3 games to love. Serve onto the forehand of Arato, cross court. Nice shot there by Sean Russo. Backhand recovery by Arato. Deep ball there by
Out,
Sean.
wide.
Nice shot.
15 love.
15 love.
Fault in the net.
First serve fault. Second serve on the Marato's forehand. It's gone
Out,
too
long.
deep.
30 love.
30 love. Forehand serve down there. Return. Rado down the line.
In the net.
Sean
30,
backhand into the
15.
net. 30-15. Forehand return down the line by the Russo across court. Rado pushing him around. Backhand there's gone
Out,
wide.
wide. 30 all.
30 all. Forehand return down the middle. Russo backhand. Slice there by Arado. Nice shot there by
Not
Russo.
up. 40, 30.
$40-30.
Fault in the net. Fault,
Second
long.
serve, double fault.
Deuce.
Back to Juice. Forehand down the line. Backhand. Forehand by Arado. Backhand lob by Russo. Backhand again by Arado. It's gone
Out,
too deep
long.
there by Russo.
Advantage, Katsuta Green.
Advantage Arado. First serve. Forehand down the middle. Gone too
Out,
deep there
long.
by Sean Russo.
Game, Katsuta Green. 4 love, first set.
Arado taking the first set for love. Nice start by Arado. Taking the first set. We now have Sean Russo serving closest to screen.
Second set,
Bottom of
Russo to
screen.
serve.
Return cross court there by Arado. Now on the backhand down the centre.
In the net, love 15.
Russo returning into the net. Rado return. Backhand across court.
Out, long,
Gone deep.
love 30.
15 all. Sorry, 30 love.
Out, long, love 40.
Love 40. Great
Game,
shot there by
Katsuta
Arado on the
Green.
serve. Return.
First game.
Arado taking the first game in the second set, leading 1 love. Players changing ends. Arado serving bottom of screen in the yellow shirt.
Fault,
Moving
long.
first serve just gone long. Second serve on the backhand of Russo, hit the net, come forward by Arato, returning
Out,
forehand,
long.
gone long,
15 love.
15 love. Nice shot down the line by Arato, followed up, nice recovery by Russo, but great return by Arato across court.
40 love. Correction, 30 love.
Nice return there by Russo, putting Arato on pressure.
In the net.
Just hitting the top of the net on
40
his
love.
return. Up 40 love. He's going up for the lob, Sean. Oh, and it's dropped.
In the net.
Dropped off the top of the net.
Game, Katsuta Green. Katsuta Green leads 2 games to love. Second set.
Arato taking the second game, now leading 2 games to love.
Let, first service. Out,
Oh,
wide.
he's gone for the big return
15
there,
love.
Arato, just gone wide. 15 love. Nice serve by Russo. Arato falling over there, but recovering. Getting the ball back in play. Cross court there by Sean Russo. Nice shot.
30 love.
30 love. Arato goes for the shot again. Pushed her, and he's just
Out,
gone a bit
wide.
too much there.
40 love.
40 love. Backhand down the middle. Forehand, backhand. Backhand by Russo. Forehand down the centre. Russo again returning. Backhand return by Russo. Slice backhand by Arato. Arato across court, backhand. Forehand across court. Nice shot.
40-15.
40-15. Forehand return back
In the net.
into the net by
40-30.
Russo. 40-30. Nice first serve. Arato return on the forehand. Going back to the forehand again. Nice shot.
Deuce.
Got back to Juice. Nice shot across court. Russo return. Russo across backhand. Gone
Out,
deep.
wide. Advantage, Katsuta Green.
Advantage Arato. First serve. Return back to the backhand of Russo. Forehand of Arato across court.
Game, Katsuta Green. Katsuta Green leads 3 games
Some
to
great
love.
tennis to
Second
come
set.
back in that game. Arato now leading 4 games to love and 3 love in the second set. Some good match play now for Arado before he heads off to Birmingham next month to play in the IBSA Games. The youngest competitor at the Games in tennis. And he's serving from the top of the screen. Return by Russo, forehand. Slice backhand by Arado, forehand by Russo. Backhand slice there by Arado. Forehand by Russo. Forehand deep and it's in.
15 love.
15 love. Sean thinking that one was going to go out, let it go. Nice serve there.
In the net. 30 love.
30 love. Nice wide serve, return by Russo. Oh, he's gone for a little
Out
bit too
wide.
much there in
30
cross court.
15.
30-15. Return, backhand by Russo. Forehand down the middle. Forehand again by Russo. Cross court by Arato. On the backhand of Arado. Back down the centre. Backhand across court.
Out
He's gone
wide.
for a slice wide.
30 all.
30 all. Nice serve right in the corner there, but great return by Russo. Down the middle by Arado, back again by Russo. Nice wide line there by Arado.
Out wide. 40 30.
Nice forehand down the line. Just making Sean stretch right out. Oh, he's hit the net.
Not up. Game, set, and match.
That's
Two to
the,
green. 2 sets to love.
Game, set, match.
4 love, 4 love.
Arado taking the B4 Open final. 4 love, 4 love. Both players just returning to their chair. Sean Russo already grabbed his towel and heading off court. He's had some big matches today. I think he's played some doubles as well. Arado just having a drink. Coming off court. As the B4 Open Singles Champion.
Well, we have Arado Katsuta Green here, our B4 singles champion for 2023. Now, Arado, that was a testing match. Probably the scoreline didn't do it justice, but you've played against Sean quite a few times. How did you feel that match went?
I think it went very well for me. I think I played very well. I was a bit tired, but I think I did pretty well to handle that feeling.
Yeah, fantastic, Arado. And what do you think was your main strength? What do you think was the one part of your game in that match that you were really happy with?
The one part I was really happy with was my serve. I felt I was able to get a lot of control with my serve. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think that put the pressure on the receiver because you were consistently getting those serves in, which put a lot of pressure on your opponent. And that's fantastic. Now, what's been one of your highlights from this tournament? I know you were here for the Australian Blind and Low Vision Championships last year. What's one thing that's been different this year or a highlight for you?
Well, firstly, meeting new people and also seeing that everyone has improved so much since I last played them. It's been great, yeah.
Yeah, there's certainly been a lot of improvement across all divisions, and you also played in the junior division as well. Okay, and that was some more matches for you and the challenge. One more match you've got coming up, I think, is the doubles in B4. Who are you playing, and how do you think you'll go?
Well, I'm playing against Mick and Grace, and my doubles partner is Sean, who I just played, and I think as long as we don't do any unforced errors, I think we'll be fine.
Fantastic. I like the confidence. And Arado Katsuta Green, the talent of the future for Australian blind and low vision tennis. So congratulations, Arado, and good luck in your doubles.
Thank you.
I was specifically given those balls. Okay. Collect up the old balls and put them under the chair, please. Okay. Yeah, okay. 2 more minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this B2 Open doubles final will consist of one tie-break set. To the left of the chair, Alan Leigh and Bradley Brider. To the right of the chair, Scott Dan and Peter Robinson. Scott and Peter won the toss and chose to serve. 30 seconds. Are you ready? Ready, play.
All right, we have Peter Robinson and Scotty Dan versus Bradley Brider and Alan Leigh.
15 love.
Peter Robinson serving, taking the first point, 15 love. Serving
Fault.
to Alan. Fault. Second serve to Alan. Forehand return to Peter. Peter back to Alan. Back to Peter again. Forehand. Drop shot.
30 love.
Brad coming in and just missing the drop shot. .30 love. Peter to Bradley Brighter. Return to Scott Dan, forehand to Allen. Allen backhand to Peter. Backhand to Bradley. Bradley forehand down the middle.
No,
Bob
not
over
up.
on the forehand.
You got, that was 4. Replay the point.
The umpire just getting the bounces mucked up there. I think we'll replay the point. Bradley back to Peter. Peter backhand to Allen. Allen forehand back to Peter. Forehand to Brad. Over to Peter. Drop shot there. Brad coming in to Scotty Dan. Scotty on the forehand back to Allen. Allen missing the backhand.
40 love.
40 love. Peter to Allen. Forehand return back to Peter. Peter in the middle. Allen taking that shot. Forehand to Bradley. Bradley backhand back to Peter. Allen now on the forehand back to Peter. Back to Bradley. Scotty's running around his forehand, taking that one. Back to Allen. Allen drop shot, just falling short.
Game, Scott and Peter. First game.
Scott and Peter taking the first game, leading 1 game to love. Scotty Dan from Queensland, Peter Robinson from Melbourne, Bradley Bellarida just moving to Adelaide from Perth, and Allen from Perth. But Allen now serving to Scott Dan. Scotty forehand back to Allen. Forehand back to Scott. Scott forehand back to Allen again. Forehand here now. Peter Robinson going on the forehand to Allen.
Out.
That ball going wide from Allen.
Love 15.
Love 15. Serve to Peter. Peter running around the forehand. Bradley back to Peter. Peter into the net.
15 all.
15 all. Allen
Wild.
wide serve.
Wide.
Underarm second serve by Allen to Scott Dan. Scott Dan dropping that one to Allen. Scott Dan again, back to Allen again. Allen into Peter. Peter playing the forehand across court to Bradley. Bradley forehand down the middle. Scott returning that back to Allen. Allen backhand back to Scott. Forehand across court to Allen. Forehand across court to Scott. Forehand again across court to Allen. Now Peter taking that one. And Allen hitting it into the net.
15-30.
.30. Serve to Peter. Peter returning back to Allen. Return back to Allen again. Back to Peter. Peter on the backhand. Cross court. Allen now cross court. Nice shot by Allen down the middle. Great point there by Allen.
30 all.
30 all. Serving to Scotty Dan. Forehand across court. Allen there trying to go down the
30,
line.
40.
Missing that one.
Fault long.
Long serve there by Allen. Underarm now, second serve. Peter running around the forehand, drop shot, bringing Bradley forward. To Scott Dan. Scott Dan hitting it back down to Allen. Allen's forehand to Peter. Peter across court to Allen. Right on the line there. Oh, Allen just falling a little
Game
short.
Scott and Peter.
Top of the net.
Scott and Peter lead 2 games to love.
Scott and Peter leading 2 games to love. Scott Dan now serving to Bradley Brighter. Cross court back to Scott. Back again to Brad. Brad playing back to Scott again. Forehand down the middle now. Allen taking that one. Into Peter. Peter returning the ball back down the middle to Allen. Cross court to Scotty. Cross court to Brad. Brad then going down the middle. Peter getting that one. Down the middle. Allen getting it back to Peter. Peter back to Allen. Allen back to Peter. Peter back to Allen. Peter back to Allen again. Back to Scotty now. Scotty coming forward, hitting it to Brad. Brad returning to Peter. Peter back to Brad. Forehand now back to Allen. Another forehand now back to Scotty's going to take it. He's going to run around and play the forehand. Bradley, forehand down the middle. Scotty Dan taking that one back to Allen. And Allen hitting that out.
$15 love.
15 love. Scotty now serving to Allen. Nice serve. Allen returning that one back to Scott. Scott playing cross court. Allen backhand down the middle. Forehand back to Allen from Scott. Just over the net. Scotty's there. Scotty backhand to Bradley. Bradley forehand into the net.
30 love.
Scotty to Bradley Brighter. Forehand back to Scott. Scott now to Allen. Allen drop shot on Peter. Peter coming forward, dropping it on Bradley. Bradley across court to Scott. Down the middle. Allen into the net.
40 love.
Love. Scott serving to Allen. Allen coming forward. Forehand back over the net. Peter backhand over to Bradley. Back to Peter. Forehand into Bradley. Forehand back to Bradley again. Scott Dan now coming forward. Scotty going across court to Allen. Gets Allen back to Peter. Some good tennis. Lob shot back to Scott. Back down the middle again. Allen. Scotty's going to take it. Scotty's forehand back to Allen. Forehand back to Scott. Scotty's gone wide. Scott across court. Back there. Now Bradley's going. Bradley back to Peter. Forehand back across court to Bradley. Back to Peter again. And it's gone deep there by Peter.
40-15.
Long
Fault.
serve there by
Fault.
Scott. Second serve. Dropped it shorter. Bradley coming in. Bradley forehand to Peter. Peter hitting that into the net.
40-30.
40-30. Nice serve on the tee line there by Scotty. Allen got it back nicely, but Allen returned by
James, Scott
Scott,
and
and then
Peter.
Allen back
Scott
into
and
the net.
Peter lead 3 games to love.
Scott and Peter now leading. Three games to love. Players changing ends. Bradley Brighter to serve. He'll be serving to Scott Dan. Scotty back to Brad. Bradley now to Peter. Forehand onto Allen. Allen forehand back to Peter. Forehand down the line to Bradley. Cross court there. Scotty Dan. Scotty Dan now to Allen. Allen coming forward. Peter taking that. Backhand from Allen to Scott. Down the middle. Allen's taking it. Back to Peter. Peter back to Allen. Now to Scott Dan. It's gone, went for a little lob and just hit the top of the net.
$15 love.
Bradley Brighter to Peter. First serve hitting the top
Fault
of
in
the
the
net.
net.
Second serve underarm. Peter attacking that, back to Bradley, pushing him back. Now to Scotty Dan. Scotty Dan across to Allen. Back to Scott. Cross court. Pushing Allen wide. Back to Peter. Peter now going deep to Bradley. Bradley returning that one back right in the middle, and
30 love.
Scotty Dan took the shot and hit straight into the net. Bradley now to Scott, underarm again, down the line. Scotty Dan to Allen. Allen come forward with the forehand. Peter drop shot, back to Allen. Allen drop shot to Scott, pushing him back. Nice shot there by Scott.
30-15.
(30-15). Bradley's
Fault
on
in the
big
net.
serve into the net. Underarm second serve. Peter back to Allen. Allen just dropping that over the net. Peter coming forward. Back to Bradley. Bradley forehand down the middle. Scotty Dan back to Brad. Nice deep. Bradley back to Scott. Scott forehand across court to Allen. And Allen's just hit that out wide.
30 all.
All. Underarm serve by Brad again. Scott then back to Allen. Allen forehand down the middle. Peter's going to take it on the forehand down the middle. Forehand by Bradley, going wide.
Out. Wide. 30-40.
(30-40). Underarm to Peter. Peter forehand across court, pushing Bradley out wider. Back to Scotty. Scotty now back down the middle to Brad. Brad miss hitting that one into the net.
Game, Scott and Peter. Scott and Peter lead 4 games to love.
Scott and Peter. 4 games to love. Peter now serving. Allen returning back down to Scott. Scott running around on the forehand. Cross court there to Bradley. Bradley running out of room into the net.
15 love.
Love. Peter now serving to Bradley. Nice shot there. Bradley return. Back to Peter. Peter returning back to Brad. Brad returning back to Peter.
Out.
Peter's gone for a bit too much there, hitting that
15
long.
all.
15 all.
Bolt in the net.
First serve into the net. Second serve to Allen. Allen returning with a lob down the middle. Scotty Dan taking
Out.
that. Gone too far.
15-30. Bolt in the
Really
net.
coming up with a big serve, but straight into the net. Second serve to Brad. Brad returning beyond Scotty's backhand. Scotty to Allen. Allen coming forward, forehand down the middle. Scott run around the forehand. Cross court, Allen into the net.
Fifteen 30. 30 all.
30
correct.
all.
30 all.
Peter to Allen.
Let. First service. Bolt in the net.
First serve into the net. Second serve, Allen coming forward. Forehand back to Peter. Peter on the forehand down the middle. Allen on the backhand. He's hit that wide.
Out. 40-30.
Nice serve there by Peter. And he's Bradley hasn't been
Game
able to
Scott
connect
and
that over the
Peter.
net.
Scott and Peter lead 5 games to love.
So Peter and Scott leading 5 games to love. Bradley just making his way around to the other side of the court. With Allen to serve to Scott. Return there by Scott. Forehand by Allen back to Scott. Forehand across court again. Pushing Allen out wide.
Love 15.
Nice shot by Scott there. Allen
Fault.
serving to the wrong side there, fault. Peter getting on that one. Bradley's forehand back to Scott. Forehand across court by Scott. Back to Bradley, back to Peter. Allen now on the forehand, deep. Scotty coming forehand back to Allen. Allen drop shot. Cross court there by Scott. Now cross court by Bradley. Nice shot there. Nice backhand there by Scott. Dan. Peter now back to Allen. Good rally this one. Peter backhand slice down the middle. Allen coming forward, miss hitting that one.
Love 30. Fault.
Fault there by Allen.
Long.
Underarm serve. Scott Dan. Scott Dan gone short there across court. Allen's done the same to him. Now another forehand across court.
Love 40.
Got Allen off balance. Love 40. Allen's
Fault,
serve to
long.
Peter's gone long. Underarm second serve. Peter forehand. Hit
Out.
that out wide.
15-40.
$15.40. First serve into the net.
Fault.
Allen serving to Scott. Underarm now serve to Scott. Cross court forehand to Allen. Back to forehand to Scott. Forehand down the middle again. Allen back to Scott. Forehand across court to Allen. Allen again to Scott. Forehand down the middle. Allen backhand. Great shot there by Allen. Peter backhand. Bradley cross court. Scotty Dans hit the top of the net.
30-40.
Good point there by the young boys.
15-40, correct. 30-40? Yeah, that's what I thought. 30-40.
Allen serving to Peter. Scotty Dan back to Allen. Allen down the centre. Peter's going to get it on the forehand. Back to Allen. Allen deep to Scott. Scott back to Allen. Forehand down the centre. Peter will take that. Peter's forehand back to Allen. Allen's gone across court. Bradley hitting that deep to Scott. Deep shot to Allen. Ladder ball there to Scott. Just over the line. Allen dropped that to Peter. Back to Bradley. Bradley back to Scott. Scotty to Brad. Forehand across court back to Bradley. Forehand down the centre. Bradley gone wide to
Out.
Scott.
Game, set, match. Scott and Peter. 6 games to love.
The players are disputing there. The ball was called out on the wide line. But that is game, set, and match to Scott and Peter Robinson over Bradley Bryder and Alan Lee. Taking a match, 6 games to love. Bradley's already taken himself off court. Peter and Scotty just putting their jumpers on. A little bit cool here today. The sun is out outside, but very cool inside here in the tennis centre. All right, looks like we'll be back here shortly for the next match.
3 minutes. 2 minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this B4 Open doubles final will be best of one tiebreak set and short deuce. To the left of the chair, Arato Katsuda Green and Sean Rousseau. To the right of the chair, Michael Lee and Grace Hobbs. Katsuda Green and Rousseau won the toss and chose to serve. 30 seconds.
All right, we're back here now live for the Open B4 category double final. We have an all New South Wales affair with Mick Lee partnering Grace Hobbs and Arato Katsu Green with Sean Russo. Sean and Arato bottom of screen. Looks like Arato will be serving first in the match.
Katsuda Green
He'll be
to
serving
serve.
for Mick Lee.
Ready, play. Fault in the net.
Fault for first serve. Second serve, mixed forehand to Sean Russo. Over to Grace. Forehand back to Arato.
Love
Just
15.
hitting that one. Love 15.
Fault,
Ooh,
wide.
wild serve there by Arato. Second serve to Grace's forehand. Back to Arato. Back to Grace on the volley. Sean Russo. Back to Grace. Back to Sean. Few volleys here in the B4 category. Grace backhand to Sean. Sean to Mick. Mick deep to Arato. Backhand there to Grace. Mick coming forward, slice backhand. Arato down the centre. Back to Grace, backhand. Slice. Nice shot there and volley by Mick to Russo, but he got it back in. Forehand, oh nice forehand down the line by Grace. Deep ball there. Arato coming in.
Out,
And he's gone
wide.
out wide.
Love 30.
Love 30. Great rally already in the match. Rado to Mick. Mick on the forehand. Back to Sean Russo. Back to Grace. Forehand across court to Russo. Mick coming in for the volley. Rado back to Grace. Grace to Sean. Sean backhand at Mick. Mick volley on the full. Volley again. Great shot there by Mick
Love
Lee.
40.
Piercing right between the middle of Sean and Arato. Love 40. Serve to Grace's backhand. Grace back returning down the middle. Forehand
net.
in the net by Arato.
Game, Lee and Hobbs. First game.
Mick and Grace taking that first game, leading one love. Players now swapping ends. Swapping ball kids again. Grace now serving bottom of screen.
Grace
She'll be
Hobbs to
serving to
serve.
Arado. Arado's forehand comes in
Out,
there.
long.
Just a bit deep there by
15
Arado.
love.
15 love. Serve to Sean's backhand. Back to Grace. Forehand to Sean. Sean forehand down the middle. Grace back to Sean. Sean across court. Grace's backhand. Oh,
In the
Russo
net.
down the line.
15 all.
Quickly hitting that one back to the net. 15 all. Grace serving to the forehand of Rado, cross court. Grace hitting that one in nicely. Rado,
In the net.
strong return by Rado. Grace backhand
15
into the net.
30.
Already some great tennis in this match. Serve to the forehand of Sean. Sean back to the Grace. Backhand by Sean.
Out.
Just
Long.
gone long.
30 all.
30 all. Grace to the forehand of Arado. He's got that on the volley
Out,
and mixing
long.
that too deep.
30 40.
(30-40). Grace to the forehand of Russo. Backhand with Grace. Russo going across court again with the forehand. Grace backhand lob. Forehand to Grace, back to Arado. Arado's gone across court to Mick. Mick down the line to Russo, into
In
the
the
net.
net. Juice. Deciding point.
Juice. Grace to Arado on the forehand again. Arado, nice deep shot there. Arado coming forward. Grace, great return. Great return there. Oh, it's just
Wide.
gone wide there by Russo.
Game, Lee and Hobbs. Lee and Hobbs lead 2 games to love.
Grace and Mick taking the early lead, 2 games to love. We'll have Sean Russo now serving from the top of screen to Mick Lee on the forehand. Forehand return to Russo. Back to Grace. Backhand to Grace. Volley there by Russo. Rado back to Mick Lee. Mick, the deep shot there to Russo. Great return there by Russ. Back to Arado's backhand. Grace then backhand to Russo. Volley. Gone to the net. Who's going to take it? Neither.
Not up.
Both players wanting to go for the ball and both left it.
Love 15.
Love 15. Russo now to Grace on the backhand.
Fault. Wide.
Wide serve. On the forehand this time. Grace runs around, back to Sean. Down the middle now, Grace. Nice shot. Return by Rado. Mick Lee gone to Sean Russo again. Gone
Out.
too far.
Long. 15 all.
All. Russo to the forehand of Mick. Mick returning across court. Forehand back down to Grace. To Arado. Nice backhand by Arado. Forehand there by
Out. Wide.
Russo's gone wide.
15 30.
15-30. Russo serve to Grace. Forehand to forehand. Back again to Grace. Back to Sean. Backhand to Russo. Russo now gone down the line. He's gone wide.
15 40.
15-40. Serve to Mick's forehand. Mick's gone cross court. Russo down the line.
Out. Long.
Oh, Mick hitting that deep again.
30-40.
We need to get a message down to Mick. Let him know it is not the extra baseline. Great
Out,
wild
wide.
shot there on the serve.
Deuce. Deciding point.
Juice. Mick's going to receive.
Fault in the net.
Mick on the forehand side. Returning to Sean. Sean's hit that deep.
Out. Long. Game, Lee and Hobbs. Lee and Hobbs lead 3 games to love. First set.
So Lee and Hobbs leading 3 games to love. And we've got all the courts empty now. This is the last game of the tournament. So crowd has come over to watch. B4 Open Doubles Final. All right, so we have Mick Lee, top of screen, serving to Arado. All these 4 players train together, so they should all know
Michael
each other's
Lee to
game pretty
serve.
well. Mick to the backhand of Arado, returning to Grace. Grace backhand to Sean. Sean forehand back to Grace. Grace to Arado. Nice deep shot there by Arado on the forehand of Sean. Forehand back to Grace. Forehand again. Forehand now to Arado. Forehand down the middle. Mick to the backhand. Grace. Oh, Grace
Into the
missing
net.
one there.
Love 15.
Unlike her. Been very consistent through the tournament.
Fault in the net.
Serving into the net. Second serve to Russo on the forehand. Back to Grace. Forehand down the middle. Sean Russo taking it. Back to Sean again from Grace. Forehand across court to Arado. Back to Grace. Now back to Russo. Back to Grace again. Grace has gone deep and well played.
15 all.
All. Nice serve there by Mick. Great return by Arado. Backhander. Backhand again there by Russo. In the middle again. Both boys looking at each other.
30-15.
Communication is the key in blind tennis doubles. Next to Russo, forehand down the line, back to Russo. Great shot by Grace. Back again to Russo, backhand to Grace. Oh,
Out,
Grace has
wide.
gone down the line again, gone wide.
30 all.
30 all. Mick Lee serving to Arado. Onto the forehand. Forehand across court to Mick. Mick going down the line to Sean. Back to Mick. Down the line again. Got the volley down the middle. Sean to Grace. Grace backhand down the middle. Russo's gone for the deep shot to Grace. Moving forward. Back to Grace again. Backhand. Rado moving in forward. Nice
Out,
deep shot.
long.
It's called out.
40-30.
40-30. Nice serve there by Mick. Forehand return by Sean. Grace back. Grace again, back to Sean Russo. Forehand to forehand. Cross court now to Rado. Rado to Mick. Mick down the middle. Great return by Russo. Mick now going down the corner for Russo. Russo again. Down the middle for volley. Volley again down the middle. Russo to Grace. Grace down the line. Some great tennis. Backhand now by Rado to Grace. Forehand to Russo. Forehand back down to Grace. Forehand again by Russo. Forehand to forehand. Backhand now to Mick. Mick back to Russo. Forehand to Grace. Grace again.
Out, wide.
Gone wide.
Deuce. Deciding point.
Juice. Arado's opting to receive.
Fault.
Long
Long.
serve there by Mick. See Arado just taking a step forward here for the second serve. Softer second serve. Arado's jumped on it. Forehand to Mick. Back to Grace. Backhand over to Russo. Russo's got it on the full. Back to Russo again. Backhand to Mick. Back to Russo. Mick miss-hitting it, but Grace backing him up. And Mick missing the volley.
Game, Katsuta Green and Russo. Lee and Hobbs lead 3 games to 1.
So Arado and Russo now on the board. Mick and Grace leading 3 games to 1. So we have back to Arado to serve. Arado to serve. Brought Mick forward. Oh, it's hit the net.
15 love.
Unlucky there for Mick. The volley going over, just tapping the net. Long
Fault.
serve
Long.
there by Arado. Second serve. Grace's forehand. Grace has gone down the line to Sean Russo. Again, back to Arado. Backhand. Grace, forehand back to Sean. Sean, forehand to Grace. Backhand to Arado. Arado going down the middle. Great shot.
Out. Wide. 30 love.
Mick lead to Sean Russo. Backhand there to Sean. Sean's
Out,
going for the big
wide.
one down the line and missed.
30-15.
30-15. Down the line serve. Great serve.
40-15. Fault in the net.
Serve into the net. Second serve to Mick's forehand. Mick to Russo. Back to Grace. Backhand to Grace again. Grace down the middle. Rado on the backhand. Grace to forehand to Russo. Russo across court to Grace. Grace backhand to Russo. Back again to Grace. Back again to Russo. Yeah,
Not out.
great setup there by Grace. Mick on the volley.
40-30. Fault in the net.
Fault. Arado to Grace. Grace back down to Russo. Backhand to Russo. Forehand back to Grace. Forehand back to Arado. Moving forward. Grace coming forward in that shot. Arado. Great set up there.
Katsuta Green and Rousseau. Lee and Hobbs lead 3 games to 2.
So 3-2 the score. Mick and Grace still in the lead, but Arado and Russo taking the last 2 games. Asking the 4 kids if they can fill up his drink bottle. Players now changing ends. Grace will be serving bottom of screen to Arado. Arado's forehand return.
Out, wide.
Called out.
15 love.
15 love. Serve to Russo's forehand. Backhand back to Russo. Russo's got onto the backhand. Grace coming forward. Backhand by Arado. Sorry, by Grace back on the forehand. Volley there by Russo. Volley again by Russo.
15
gone
all.
deep over Mick's head. All. Grace to Arado on the forehand.
Out, long.
Gone for a bit too much again.
30-15.
30-15. Grace to the forehand of Sean. Sean.
In the net.
Oh. Grace's
30 all.
drop shot not quite getting over the net. 30 all. Forehand by Arado across court. Grace now to Sean, backhand. Grace down the forehand of Russo again. Sean now on the forehand to Grace. Grace back to Arado. Arado to Mick. Mick backhand on the full to Sean. Drop shot there. Deep shot by Russo. Mick returning it deep. Arado's gone for the power shot down the line. Mick down the middle. All 4 players are on the baseline. Mick's now moved forward. Grace forehand down the line. Russo there. Mick there for the volley. Russo back to there. Russo back to Grace again. Back to Arado. Arado's gone. Great shot by Arado.
30-40.
.30-40. Serve to Russo on the forehand. Back to Grace. Grace back to Russo. Backhand to Grace. Deep shot there, Arado. Both players on one side of the court. Drop shot there by Grace.
Out, wide.
Sean just gone for a massive
Deuce,
shot down the
deciding
line and
point.
hit it wide. Deuce.
Fault in the net.
Bolt first serve. Arado coming forward. cross court. Grace return to Russo. Russo down the line to Grace again. Pushing it down the line again. Russo again. Back to Grace. Grace has gone deep.
Out. Long.
Too deep.
Game, Katsuta Green and Russo. 3 games all.
Arato and Russo have now taken the game 3 games all. Great comeback here. So Arato serving to Mick Lee. Serving on the forehand side.
Out. Long.
Return gone
15
long.
love.
Arato to Grace on the forehand.
Fault. Long.
Serve.
Fault in the net.
Double fault. 15 all.
15 all.
Serving to Mick's backhand. Mick to Russo. Russo to Grace. Grace back to Russo. Down the middle. Grace playing deep down the middle again. Grace wide there to Russo. Lob over the top of Grace. Mick now playing that one to Russo. Russo there. Nice shot.
In the net.
Grace going for the volley, hitting net.
30-15.
Serving to Grace's backhand. Return to Rado. Rado back to the backhand again. Lob up to the net. Russo just comes in.
40-15.
Volley. Mick's backhand. Back to Rado. Rado on the forehand to Grace. Grace back to Russo. Russo forehand. Grace back to Rado again. Russo now on the forehand down the middle. Mick taking that one on the backhand.
Out. Long.
Gone long.
Game, Katsuta Green and Russo. Katsuta Green and Russo lead 4 games to 3.
Rado and Sean now take the lead 4 games to 3. All players taking a drink except for Mick Lee on the court waiting. Momentum definitely with Arado and Russo taking the last 4 games. Mick now to serve to Arado. Nice serve, backhand by Arado. Grace coming forward and taking that one. Into Sean Russo. Russo to Mick. Mick back to Russo again. Backhand by Russo. Forehand by Grace. Forehand back to Mick. Mick back to forehand to Russo. Grace back to Russo. Backhand again to Russo. Down the centre.
Not
Nice
up.
shot there by Mick Lee.
15
Backspin.
love.
Making Russo come forward. Ball dropping. Serving to the forehand of Russo to Grace. Grace back down
Out.
the middle.
Long.
Called out.
15 all.
15 all.
Fault. Long.
First serve fault there. Second serve, Arado's run round on the forehand. Grace. Grace back to Russo. Russo on the backhand. Grace again to Russo. Russo on the forehand again. Ball just dropping there.
15-30.
15-30.
Fault in the net.
Serve into the net. Second serve to Russo's forehand. He's hit that
Out, wide. 30 all.
30 all. Mick to Arado's backhand. Back to Mick. Mick forehand to Russo's backhand. Mick's volley. Nice shot by Sean.
30-40.
.40. Forehand by Sean, back to Grace. Forehand again by Sean's hit the net. Back again to Grace. Grace back to Sean again. Sean's gone long. Called in. Back to Grace again. Return by backhand by Sean. Cross court by Mick. Mick going again. He's gone
Out,
long.
long. Game, Katsuta Green and Russo. Katsuta Green and Russo lead 5-3.
Arato and Russo now leading 5-3. Players just going back to ends.
Fault, wide.
Fault first serve. Second serve to Mick Lee. Back to Russo. Mick following that one to Sean. Sean's
Out,
gone
wide. Love 15. Let, first service.
First serve, Grace to Russo. Russo forehand back to Grace. Backhand over to Rado. Rado's backhand to Grace. Back to Sean. Sean forehand to Grace. Backhand to Russo. Now to Mick. Mick's hit that too long.
15 all. Let, first service.
Shot there by Grace. Back to Russo. Forehand to forehand. Backhand now by Grace. Arado on the forehand. Down the centre.
Out,
Too
long.
long.
15-30.
Serving to Grace's backhand. Back to Russo. Russo to Grace. Backhand there to Arado. Backhand to Arado again. Grace down the line to Russo. Russo to Grace. Backhand to Arado. Arado backhand. Mick running around the forehand. Mick to Russo. Cross court. Now Mick's going
Out,
long again.
long. 30-all.
Mick's going forehand. Grace forehand. Rado moving into the net. Drop shot. Nice shot
Not
there
up.
by Rado.
40-30.
40-30.
Fault, long.
Second serve. Return, backhand again by Rado. Forehand to Sean Russo. Russo to forehand to Grace. Grace backhand to Sean. Back to Grace again. Down the centre. Rado coming forward. Grace going
Out.
for the big shot
Wide.
down the line. That's out wide.
Game,
That's
set,
game,
match.
set, and match.
Katsuta Green, Russo. 6-3.
Russo and Arato taking the match 6 games to 3 after being down 3 games to love. Both players now congratulating each other. Also congratulating the umpire. You can see the sunlight coming through the windows now onto the court. Very hard to play here in the afternoon matches.
Okay, welcome to the presentation ceremony for the 2023 Australian Blind and Low Vision Tennis Championships. My name's Ben Dew, Event Director. We also have Philip Goodman at the front here, the tournament referee. And from Blind Sports Australia, we have Matt Clayton. And from Blind Sports and Recreation Victoria, we have Morris Gleeson, OAM. Out the front, we also have our officials. And what a great job they have done throughout the whole event today and over the last 3 days. We have Charles, Elijah, Grant, Matt, and Pringle. Could you put your hands together for our distinguished guests? I'd also like to acknowledge that we are on the lands of the Wurundjeri people and the Kulin Nation. Was their land, has been their land, and will always be their land. And what a great place we are and how fortunate we are to enjoy some of the surrounds here at Melbourne Park. I'd like to also congratulate every player who has competed over the last 3 days. It has been some amazing tennis. It's been awesome to see the level of tennis and the improvements from some players. It's also been such a great thing to see the spirit of tennis. So to see how you behave on and off the court, the way that you congratulate each other, some of the friendships that you form throughout the 3 days, it's just so special. And for us from Tennis Australia, we really want to thank all the players who have put everything out on court, left everything out on the court, but also made such a difference off the court. And put your hands together for yourself. I'd also like to thank all the carers, the parents, and support dogs, because without you, this wouldn't happen, and the players would find it a lot harder to come here and just making everything so much easier, and giving up your time from work, the time that you could be spending somewhere else. You've dedicated it to the people that really are special in your life, and to come out here and enjoy the national championships and give up that time. So we really want to thank all the parents, the supports, and the support dogs. I'd also like to thank our physio, Vic and Kate. They've done a fantastic job. We've had quite a few calls outs to courts and also treatments before and after the matches. So thanks to Vic. I'd also like to thank all the staff here at Tennis World, amazing staff here, and what an awesome venue that we have to host the national championships. We're pretty lucky to be able to have the facilities like this. So put your hands together for the Tennis World staff. Last but not least, obviously we've got the ball kids as well as our officials, so they've done an amazing job, and Philip coordinating the officials team, officiating team, has just been an amazing job. It really adds that professionalism, and I know the ball kids look forward to this all the time, and some of those ball kids you saw today on the court will actually be here again in January to be the Australian Open ball kids. So put your hands together to those. And just personally, myself, having a team, I'm pretty lucky to have such an awesome team at Tennis Australia and within all our member association states. Some of those staff have also come here to help out. I'm not going to name them all because there's so many of them. However, these events don't just come together from one or two people. So the investment of their time, the investment from TA, but also just the professionalism from the staff that we have in our working group is really why these events have just been such a success. So put your hands together for all the staff. I'd like to now welcome Matt Clayton to come up and say a few words.
Thanks, Ben. Just very quickly, I reiterate my thanks to the staff of Tennis Australia. It's been a joy to be able to work with them over the last few years from a national perspective, but in terms of the work that they do, I'm fortunate I get to see so much what happens behind the scenes. So to, in particular, Danny, Holly, Ben, who I work with really closely, then even up to people like Kerry Tavru. they do a huge amount of work, a lot of which is unseen, often unthanked, and they're not there for that, but they really do a massive amount of work, whether it be around tournaments that happen around the country, whether it's around development that we look at trying to increase the game and participation around the country. We're always looking at new opportunities, new ways that we can encourage clubs, individuals, parents to get involved in the sport. So to Ben, Holly and Danny in particular and others involved, really massive thank you. It's a massive amount of work you do. For me, it's amazing to see the growth we've seen in the sport. I know, listening to Morris the other night, that the sport has evolved and continues to evolve. To see the number of people who've been involved in this tournament, either for the first time or after a few times, is fantastic to see. We see new athletes taking part. We see people, I know, I'm just straight ahead, I can see a group of guys who've not only been playing tennis this weekend, they've also been involved in AFL. I know there's someone I think was involved in the run this morning. Fantastic to see so many people involved in a sport like this, as well as so many other sports around the country. So in particular, I want to thank people like Jason Stubbs, who's been doing a range of work, and to Morris and his team, and our members across the country, whether it be particular sports or our member states. They do a huge amount of work. They're on the ground. They do so much of the program work that we don't have the capacity to do. So their passion and what they've been involved in for so long enables the growth of sports across the country. So to Morris and Jason in particular, I know you're here. Thank you to the work that you guys do in particular. Look, and finally, as I said, to all athletes, congratulations. It's been a long 4 days for some it's been 3. It's been some amazing tennis. I've been watching tennis live here, or been jumping on to the stream. And John, thank you so much for the work you've been doing. Having the live streaming has been fantastic. But to see all the games that have been happening, to watch the marathon final we had in the B2 men's this afternoon was crazy. It ebbed and flowed, but it just shows that the standard is there and more people are getting that opportunity to see it. And I think that's really important for the growth of the sport. So to everyone, congratulations, an amazing weekend of tennis. The standard across the board has improved so much and continues to do that. So keep doing what you're doing. For those who will be heading off to Poland or to the UK, best of luck to you. For those who are involved at club level, keep being involved. Participation is what sport is about. Whether you get to go and do things overseas is icing on the top, but it's really about participation. So continue to be involved in sports, particularly blind and low vision sports. It's what we love to see. So well done, everyone.
Thanks, Matt. Could you remain just over here to help with the presentations? Now, to get things underway, we're going to start with the doubles presentations. So our 2023 B2 Open doubles finalists from WA and SA, Alan Leahy and Brad Bryder. Put your hands together for our finalists for B2 doubles. Our 2023 B2 Open doubles champions, Peter Robertson and Scott Dan. Put your hands together for our defending champions, Peter Robinson and Scott Dan. Moving on to our B3 Open doubles finalists for 2023, Jasper Steed and Adam Fayad. Put your hands together for our finalists for 2023. And our B3 Open Doubles champions for 2023, Steve Obeid and Matt Cameron. Put your hands together for our 2023 B3 Open Doubles champions. Our 2023 B4 Open Doubles finalists from New South Wales, Michael Lee and Grace Hobbs. Put your hands together for our finalists for the B4 Open Doubles. And our B4 Open Doubles champions for 2023, Arado Katsuda Green and Sean Russo. Put your hands together for our 2023 B4 Open Doubles champions. And thanks, Matt, for the presentations. I'd like to invite Philip Goodman up for the next presentations. We'll start with our junior singles. So 2023 junior singles finalists. We have Ethan Cook. And our 2023 junior singles champion from New South Wales, Arado Katsuda Green. Put your hands together for our junior champion, defending champion. And our 2023 B2 men's singles finalists from South Australia, Ethan Cook. Put your hands together for our finalists for 2023. And our B2 men's singles champion for 2023, Mark Haskett. Put your hands together for our 2023 B2 Men's Singles Champion. Moving on to our B2 Women's Singles. Our 2023 B2 Women's Singles finalists, Courtney Lewis. Well done, Courtney. And our 2023 B2 Women's Singles Champion, Courtney Webeck. Put your hands together for our B2 Singles Champion.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Tennis Australia. This is an amazing event. Yeah, it's been an amazing event, another national championship. Massive congratulations to all the players. You've played amazing, whether you've won some games, lost some. We've all come a long way. From 12 months ago, every player has improved immensely. A massive thank you to Ben, all of your hard work that you've put in time and time again to get these tournaments on schedule, a bit early for the ceremony, so that's a nice thing to have, and a big congratulations and best of luck to the team heading to Birmingham and then to Poland once again, and congratulations to everyone, and I hope you have a great safe flight back.
Thanks, Courtney. Moving on to our men's B3. So our 2023 men's B3 singles finalists from Victoria, Steve Obeid. Well done, Steve. And our B3 men's singles champion for 2023, Michael Lee. Well done, Mick. Our 2023 B3 women's singles finalists, Courtney Lewis. Thanks, Courtney. And our B3 women's singles champion for 2023, Courtney Webeck. Thanks, Courtney. Our 2023 B4 Open singles finalists, from New South Wales, Sean Russo. Well done, Sean. And our B4 Open Singles Champion for 2023, Arado Katsuda Green. Put your hands together. Thanks, Arado. Congratulations. And thanks, Phil. I'd like to invite Morris Gleeson, OAM, up to help present our final presentation. Now, this is an inaugural presentation, so this is the first time we have awarded this award, and it is the Morris Gleeson Cup. So the idea behind this is to obviously celebrate and acknowledge all the amazing work that Morris has done over many, many years, not just within tennis, but all blind sports, and the tremendous advocacy work he continues to do. This award will also celebrate and recognise the state who has performed the best over the national championships. So all the results from your singles results have contributed to your team total points. I'm going to announce the top three. Coming in third is Queensland. Coming in second, and only about 5 points separating first and second. So coming in second, South Australia. And our inaugural winners for 2023 of the Morris Gleeson Cup is New South Wales. I'd like to invite New South Wales team members to come up and be presented with the Morris Gleeson Cup. Well done, New South Wales. Now you will take that cup back to New South Wales. And you can put that on display back at the Blind Sports Office or Tennis New South Wales office. And we will remind you to bring it back next year so we can see who could challenge next year. Well done, New South Wales, and well done all the players. And thanks for your support, Morris Gleeson, OAM. Put your hands together for Morris. Now that concludes the presentation ceremony. I'd like to thank everyone for your attendance. I'd like to ask players and officials and the official party here to assemble at the net for a couple of final photos. And parents, supports, welcome for you to join us as well. And have a wonderful evening and travel safe. We hope to see you at another tournament later this year or at the Nationals next year. Thanks, everyone.